Your body is tired, but your mind refuses to rest. You lie in the quiet of your room, yet silence only seems to make the noise inside grow louder. Your heart beats as if it remembers a danger that never came. Your breath feels shallow, and your chest carries a heaviness you cannot explain. Thoughts loop endlessly, predicting every possible mistake or disaster, until even the shadows on the wall seem to lean toward you with unease. Perhaps you know this feeling well. The way the night deepens but offers no comfort. Only a reminder that you are trapped in your own mind. Perhaps you have asked yourself more than once, why does peace slip through my fingers when I need it most? If this moment resonates with you, I invite you to pause gently here. Take a small breath, as though you are giving yourself permission to rest. If this message so far feels like it belongs to you, please take a second to like the video and subscribe, but only if you feel gently called to do so. And before we begin, I would love to know where you are listening from. Comment below your time and country, so together we can weave a quiet thread across the world, uniting hearts who are searching for calm in the same night. Now, let us begin our journey. Anxiety is often painted as an enemy, something broken within us, something to fight against or suppress. But what if it was not an enemy at all? What if it was a signal, a messenger knocking at the door of your awareness? Imagine, for a moment, a smoke alarm in your home. Sometimes it goes off because there is real fire, but at other times it shrieks when there is only steam from the kettle or a candle flickering too brightly. The alarm itself is not wrong. It simply lacks discernment. Anxiety is like this. It is your mind's old, well-meaning alarm system. It sounds when there is danger, but it also sounds when there is no true threat, leaving you restless and afraid of shadows. In Buddhist teachings, the restless mind is often called the monkey mind, a creature that leaps from branch to branch, never still, never satisfied. It rattles the trees of memory and swings into forests of imagination, searching for threats that do not exist. When anxiety arises, it is as if this monkey begins to scream inside us. The mistake we often make is to beat the monkey, to demand silence, to resist. But resistance only makes the animal cry louder. True calm comes not from fighting, but from watching gently, letting the monkey tire itself until it begins to sit quietly in our lap. Zen masters have often compared the anxious mind to water disturbed by the wind. Picture a lake on a stormy night, its surface churned and broken. Try to see your reflection there. You cannot. The water is too restless to mirror anything clearly. But let the wind settle, and slowly the ripples smooth, until at last the lake becomes still, reflecting the moon above in perfect clarity. Anxiety is the wind. Peace is the moon that never left the sky, only waiting for calm waters to show its face. A story from the old Zen tradition tells of a young monk who, walking alone through the forest at night, heard what he thought was the growl of a tiger. His heart pounded. Fear seized his body. He fled in terror, convinced that death followed close behind. Only the next morning, when he returned with light, did he realize it was not a tiger at all, but the sound of branches swaying in the wind. His fear was real, but the danger was not. And so it is with our anxious thoughts. The mind sees danger where there is none, but the body reacts as if the tiger is already upon us. From a Buddhist perspective, this is samsara, the cycle of illusion and suffering that binds us. We live as though chased by tigers of our own imagination, forgetting that they are shadows of the mind, not realities of the world. The practice is not to destroy the illusion by force, but to awaken from it gently. When you breathe, when you sit, when you remind yourself, this is only a thought, not a tiger, you begin to loosen the grip of fear. Anxiety then becomes a teacher. It tells us that the mind is clinging, that we are seeking certainty in a world that offers none. It shows us how tightly we try to control outcomes, how unwilling we are to surrender to the mystery of life. But here lies the quiet blessing what anxiety reveals. Mindfulness can heal. For every wave that rises, there is the possibility of stillness beneath. For every restless monkey, there is the spaciousness of the forest that holds it. For every wind that stirs the lake, there is the moon, waiting patiently to be seen. So, tonight, as you listen, imagine your own anxious thoughts as ripples across a pond. They appear, they expand, they touch one another, but eventually they fade. You are not the ripples. You are the water itself, capable of reflecting peace once the surface grows calm. You are not the screaming monkey. You are the forest, vast and unmoved, holding even the restless creature without fear. You are not the alarm. You are the quiet home where safety already exists. This is where our journey begins, not in fighting, not in fleeing, but in sitting quietly, noticing the tiger that is only wind in the branches, watching the water smooth, allowing the monkey to settle. Here, you discover that anxiety is not the end of peace. It is the beginning of understanding. To quiet the anxious mind, one must first understand what it truly is. Too often, we see anxiety only as a curse, as something that has invaded us from the outside. Yet in truth, anxiety is simply the echo of our own protective system, an ancient inheritance that once kept our ancestors alive. Long ago, when a sound in the dark could mean the presence of a predator, when the rustle of grass might signal danger, the mind developed a gift, a heightened sensitivity, always scanning, always preparing. That vigilance kept life safe in the wilderness. But in the modern world, it misfires. It signals alarms not for tigers or storms, but for small conversations, unreturned messages, uncertain futures. The old guardian within us has forgotten that the world has changed. Science calls this the negativity bias, a pattern woven deep into the brain. It makes us notice the threatening more than the peaceful, the sharp stone on the path more than the soft grass beneath our feet. But Buddhism has been pointing to this same truth for centuries. The Buddha spoke of the restless mind, easily caught by fear and craving, always searching for what might harm us or what we lack. He understood that the mind, when left untended, clings to danger like a moth circling a flame. A Zen master once said, "The mind is a thief, always stealing you away from this moment." How true this feels in moments of anxiety. Your body may be sitting safely in a quiet room, yet your mind has carried you into countless imagined futures, each one darker than the last. You are pulled into the shadows of what if, and though nothing has happened, your heart races as if catastrophe has already arrived. Think of the anxious mind as a smoke detector that has grown oversensitive. It rings loudly, even when there is no fire, when steam rises from the tea, when incense drifts across the room. You may become angry at the alarm, but its purpose is not to harm you. It is trying, in its clumsy way, to protect. In Buddhism, this is called ignorance, not stupidity, but simply not seeing clearly. The alarm does not know the difference between tea steam and fire, between an uncertain tomorrow and an actual danger today. There is an old story of a monk who traveled with his master deep into the forest. As night fell, they came to a clearing where they would rest. The young monk, unsettled by the strange sounds around them, whispered, "Master, what if there are tigers here?" The teacher only smiled and said, "Then we will meet the tiger when it arrives. But tonight, the only tiger is in your mind." How much of our suffering is just this phantoms in the darkness that vanish when light returns? Anxiety thrives because we mistake thought for reality. We see the shadows cast on the wall and believe they are monsters, forgetting that they are only shapes of our own mind. This is the essence of samsara, the cycle of illusion. We react as though imprisoned, though the door was never locked. The Buddha described this beautifully when he said, "We are shaped by our thoughts. We become what we think. When our thoughts are fearful, we live in fear. Even if our world is safe, the fight, flight, freeze response that once saved lives now steals our peace. The amygdala, our inner alarm bell, overwhelms the rational mind. Blood rushes to the body as if we are preparing for battle. Though there is no enemy in sight, the mind narrows, the breath shortens, the heart races, and in that storm, we forget that nothing is truly happening. We are caught in a dream of fear. But here lies a precious truth. This process is not permanent. The mind is not stone, it is water. And water can change its course. Neuroplasticity, the science tells us, allows the brain to reshape itself with practice. Buddhism has long spoken of the same principle in another language, karma, the energy of habit. Every thought we feed becomes stronger. Every time we return to calm. Every time we choose not to follow fear, we are planting a seed in the soil of the mind. Over time, a garden of peace can grow where once there was only a tangle of thorns. Understanding this changes everything. You are not broken for feeling anxious. You are not weak. Your alarm system simply needs recalibration. And the practice of mindfulness, gentle, consistent, compassionate, becomes the way. Each time you breathe with awareness, you remind the body that it is safe. Each time you let a thought pass without chasing it, you strengthen the pathway to calm. Imagine the anxious mind like a wild horse. At first, it gallops in every direction, dragging you across rough terrain. If you fight it with anger, it only bucks harder. But if you approach gently, with patience, offering your hand again and again, the horse slowly learns trust. In time, it walks beside you. The mind, too, can be trained with kindness, never with violence. The Buddha once told his disciples, "A mind unguarded brings suffering. A mind well-trained brings happiness. Anxiety is the proof of this. Left unchecked, it overwhelms us. But tended with compassion and awareness, it becomes manageable, even a doorway into wisdom. For every wave of fear is an invitation to return, to breathe, to remember that you are here and not in the imagined fires of tomorrow. So when you feel anxiety rising, do not ask, 'How do I get rid of this?' Instead, ask, 'What is this showing me? What is this alarm trying to protect?' Sometimes the answer is clear: a forgotten responsibility, a situation that truly needs your attention. But often, the answer is silence. There is no fire, only the mind's habit of ringing the bell. In that silence, you begin to smile at the alarm instead of fearing it. You begin to see that beneath the noise, you were always safe. And so, understanding becomes the first medicine. When you see clearly, the shadows lose their power. You remember that the tiger is only wind, the alarm only steam. You remember that anxiety is not a punishment but a signal, and that with mindfulness you can respond, not react. In this way, the anxious mind is no longer your captor. It becomes your teacher, guiding you to the deeper truth that peace is not something you must create, but something you uncover. Once the wind settles and the lake reflects the moon again, when anxiety seizes you, the body reacts first. The heart begins to drum, not in rhythm with peace, but in a rapid beat that seems to shake the whole chest. Breathing turns shallow, and the chest feels as though it is wrapped in invisible cords. The muscles tighten, the stomach twists, and even the skin feels restless, unable to settle. This is the fight, flight, freeze response, the ancient reflex of survival, the brain's alarm center. The amygdala shouts louder than reason, and blood rushes to prepare for an escape that never comes. In those moments, logic seems useless. You know you are safe, yet your body does not believe you. It reacts as if the ground is trembling beneath your feet, as if a predator is hiding in the shadows. This is why anxiety feels so overpowering. It does not argue with thought, it overrides thought. And in its grip, you may feel helpless, convinced that peace has abandoned you. But here lies an opening. This response is not permanent. The body is not locked in alarm forever. Just as a storm eventually passes, so too can the nervous system return to balance. Buddhist practice begins here, with the body, because the body anchors us to the present moment when the mind is spinning away. The Buddha taught the practice of anapanasati, mindfulness of breathing, breathing in, I know I am breathing in. Breathing out. I know I am breathing out. Such a simple instruction, yet it has carried seekers through centuries of restlessness. When you focus on the breath, you are reminding the body that it is safe. You are telling the storm that it may soften. Think of the anxious state as clouds that rush across the sky. They seem endless, heavy, and dark, but the moon has never left. It is only hidden. The practice of breathing is like the wind that slowly clears the clouds, allowing the moon to shine again. Anxiety may cover your mind, but your true nature, your calm awareness, has never disappeared. It waits, like the moon, for stillness to return. A Zen story tells of a monk who came to his master, trembling with fear. "Master, my thoughts attack me like wild dogs," he said. "How can I fight them?" The master looked at him with a gentle smile and replied, "Why fight the dogs? Sit down, breathe, and watch them from a distance. They will tire and wander away." In this way, the practice is not to wrestle with fear, but to observe it without being consumed. This is the first skill: to pause, to breathe, and to notice. Place a hand on your chest. Feel the rise and fall. Let the breath come as it wishes, slowly, unevenly, deeply, or shallowly. With each inhale, whisper silently, "Here." With each exhale, whisper, "Now." The anxious mind thrives on future and past, but the breath lives only in this moment. Science calls this calming the parasympathetic system, but in Buddhist practice, it is called returning home. The home is not a place, but a state of being, the awareness that observes without judgment. When the mind is caught in fire, the breath is water. It cools, it soothes. It reminds you that life exists only in this single inhale, this single exhale. The fight, flight, freeze response also narrows perception. When you are anxious, your attention shrinks. The world seems dangerous, every sound sharper, every silence heavier. But with mindful breathing, awareness widens again. You notice the sound of a bird, the hum of distant life, the coolness of air on your skin. These small perceptions are anchors. They show you that the world outside your fear is still gentle, still carrying you. In Buddhist teaching, this is like sitting beneath a tree during a storm. The branches sway, the wind howls, but if you touch the roots, you feel stability. The body is your root. When you return to it through the breath, through sensation, you find steadiness beneath the storm. There is also a tenderness in remembering that anxiety, however uncomfortable, is only trying to protect you. The alarm is misguided but not malicious. In fact, it is a sign of your body's devotion to life, a loyalty so fierce that it sometimes mistakes shadows for threats. When you recognize this, compassion arises, not just for yourself, but for the anxious mind itself. Instead of anger, you offer understanding. Instead of resistance, you offer patience. One master compared this to a child crying in the night. You would not scold the child for being afraid. You would gather them gently, whispering that they are safe. Treat your anxious body the same way. Place your hand where it trembles. Breathe slowly and remind it, you are safe now. This soft compassion is far stronger than any forceful control. Over time, each act of calming creates new pathways in the mind. Science calls this neuroplasticity. Buddhism calls it the shaping of habit, energy. Whatever you practice, you become. If you practice fear, fear grows strong. If you practice calm, calm becomes your nature. Every small choice to breathe, pause, to observe is a seed. And in time, a forest of peace can grow where once there was only fire. But remember, calm does not mean erasing all storms. It means finding the still point within them. Even in turbulence, the center of the hurricane is quiet. You too have such a center, always waiting, always untouched. When you breathe, when you observe, when you refuse to fight the dogs of thought, you begin to rest in that center. So, the next time anxiety arises, pause, place your hand upon your body and whisper to yourself, this is not the end. This is only a storm. I will breathe until the moon returns. And slowly, with patience, you will find that it always does. There is something deeply comforting in knowing that the anxious mind is not fixed. It is not a stone that cannot be moved, but a living stream that can carve new paths when guided with patience. Modern science names this gift neuroplasticity, the ability of the brain to reshape itself, to create new connections that favor calm over chaos. Buddhism has spoken of this truth for centuries. Though in another language, the Buddha described it as karma, not fate, written in stone, but the gentle momentum of habit energy. Each thought, each action, each choice is like a seed. When tended, it blossoms into the fruit of our lives. Think of your anxious thoughts as seeds planted long ago. Perhaps some were planted in childhood, when fear first took root in your heart. Perhaps others were sown later, during moments of pain, rejection, or uncertainty. Each time you worried, each time you rehearsed disaster in your mind, those seeds grew stronger. The anxious pathways in the brain deepened, like trails walked upon again and again. Yet the beauty of the mind is that new seeds can be planted, new trails can be formed, and every time you choose calm, every time you breathe instead of panic, every time you observe instead of resist, you are laying down a new path toward peace. Thich Nhat Hanh often spoke of the garden of consciousness. He said that within each of us are many seeds, seeds of anger, seeds of joy, seeds of fear, seeds of compassion. Whichever seed we water is the one that grows strong. Anxiety is not something to cut away, for it is part of the garden. But if we stop watering it, if we gently shift our attention to seeds of mindfulness and compassion, the anxious weeds slowly lose their power. Over time, a different landscape emerges, one where calm, kindness, and equanimity flourish. Consider the story of two farmers. One spends his days lamenting the weeds in his field, pulling them angrily, only to see them return stronger the next season. The other farmer, instead of fighting, chooses to sow flowers, fruits, and nourishing herbs. Soon, the weeds are crowded out by beauty and usefulness. Which farmer are you with your own mind? Do you spend your days fighting weeds, or do you sow seeds of peace? Every time you practice returning to your breath, you are creating new grooves in the mind. At first, the old path of anxiety feels stronger. It is the wide road, well traveled. But the more you walk, the smaller path of calm, the more familiar it becomes. In time, it can even become your main road, the natural way your mind travels when challenges arise. This is not theory. It is lived truth. You have already experienced it. Recall the moments in your past when you thought you could not endure something, a heartbreak, a failure, a loss, and yet here you are. You endured. You grew. You healed. That resilience is proof of the seeds you have already sown. In Buddhist practice, transformation happens not through resistance but through mindful awareness. When you fight anxiety, you are still watering it, still giving it energy. But when you observe it without judgment, you begin to disarm it. The Buddha compared this to sitting at the riverbank, watching leaves float past. Each anxious thought is a leaf. If you chase after it, you tumble into the water. If you grasp it, you are carried away by the current. But if you remain still, simply watching, the leaf drifts out of sight, and you remain grounded on the shore. This practice is powerful because it shifts your relationship with the mind. Instead of identifying with every anxious thought, you begin to see yourself as the awareness that notices the thought. And awareness cannot be anxious. Awareness is like the clear sky, vast and unshaken. Even when storm clouds gather, the clouds come and go, but the sky remains untouched. A gentle exercise when an anxious thought arises. Pause and whisper to yourself, "This is only a thought. I do not need to follow it." Picture it as a passing cloud, or a bird flying across the horizon. Let it pass, and then return to the breath. Return to the body. Each time you do this, you are rewiring the mind, creating a new habit of not grasping, of not being dragged into the storm. There is a Zen saying, "The obstacle is the path." Anxiety, unpleasant as it is, becomes the very ground on which we practice. Each anxious moment is an invitation to strengthen new patterns. Without anxiety, we might never learn the depth of our resilience. Without storms, we might never know the beauty of calm. The obstacle itself becomes the teacher, showing us where we are still clinging, where we still resist the flow of impermanence. In this way, anxiety transforms from enemy to messenger. It tells us, here is a place that needs healing. It points to the old wounds still asking for compassion. And when we listen not with fear, but with mindfulness, we discover that anxiety does not come to destroy us. It comes to guide us toward the places within that are waiting for light. So tonight, as you rest, think of yourself not as a broken being, but as a gardener, The mind may feel overrun with weeds now, but the soil is fertile, always ready to support new growth. Each breath is a seed. Each act of compassion is water. Each moment of awareness is sunlight. Slowly, season by season, the garden changes. And one day, without even realizing it, you may find yourself walking among blossoms, wondering how the weeds ever seemed so overwhelming. In this way, neuroplasticity and Buddhist practice meet. One speaks of rewiring the brain, the other speaks of watering wholesome seeds. Both remind us of the same truth: you are not trapped. You are not doomed to an anxious mind forever. With patience, with practice, with gentle persistence, the very pathways of your thoughts can change. And from this change, a new way of being can arise, one that reflects your true nature, which has always been spacious, calm, and luminous. When people first encounter anxiety, the natural instinct is to resist it. We push it away, distract ourselves, or fight against the tightening in our chest. But resistance is like trying to calm the surface of water by striking it with your hand. The more force you use, the more ripples appear. Anxiety grows stronger, not because it is invincible, but because we feed it through our struggle against it. The practice begins when we learn a gentler response. Instead of battling anxiety, we learn to sit with it, to change our relationship with it. Imagine being on an airplane when turbulence begins. The ride grows unsteady. The seatbelt sign glows, and a wave of unease spreads through the cabin. But turbulence, while uncomfortable, is not dangerous to the plane. If you fight it, clenching your fists, gripping the seat, resisting the movement, you suffer more. If you breathe, if you accept that turbulence is part of the journey, you may not enjoy it, but you remain steady within it. Anxiety is much the same. It shakes us, but it does not have to destroy us. Buddhist teachings often describe this as the art of non-resistance. The Buddha once said, "Whatever you resist, you become bound to." In other words, by fighting anxiety, you give it power over you. By accepting its presence without fear, you loosen its hold. Think of a leaf floating on a stream. If you try to push it downstream quickly, the water churns, and the leaf gets caught. But if you let it drift on its own, the current carries it away with ease. Your thoughts are these leaves. Let them float. There is an old Zen proverb, "Let go, or be dragged." When anxiety arises, we often cling tightly to control. We analyze, predict, and attempt to solve every possible outcome, believing that if we hold on hard enough, we will be safe. But this clinging is what drags us deeper into fear. True strength is not found in clenching the rope, but in loosening our grip. When we release, we discover that life carries us more gently than we imagined. A story tells of two monks who crossed a river during a storm. One monk fought the current, thrashing and exhausting himself. The other allowed the water to carry him, conserving his strength, flowing with the movement instead of against it. Both reached the shore, but only one arrived, calm and unbroken. The river is life, unpredictable, and strong. Anxiety is the mind fighting the river. Mindfulness is the art of floating, trusting that the current will bring you where you are meant to go. This shift does not mean passivity. Non-resistance is not the same as giving up. It is the recognition that fighting thoughts only creates more struggle. Instead, you choose to observe them with kindness, like watching a storm from the safety of a porch. You cannot stop the rain from falling, but you can stay dry beneath the roof of awareness. One way to practice is to greet your anxiety as though it were a visitor. When it arrives, rather than slamming the door, you open it gently. You say, "I see you, old friend. Come in and sit with me." You do not offer it your entire house. You do not give it control. You simply acknowledge its presence. Strangely, when anxiety is welcomed in this way, it often softens, like a child who stops crying when held. Zen master Thich Nhat Hanh suggested holding your anxiety the way a mother holds her baby. She does not scold the baby for crying. She does not pretend the crying is not there. She simply holds the child, close and gentle, until it feels safe again. Can you hold your anxious thoughts in the same way, with tenderness, with patience, with love? Another practice is to notice the language of your mind. When anxiety rises, the inner voice often says, "This should not be happening. I cannot handle this." These words tighten the body and deepen fear. But if you gently change the words to, "This is here. I can breathe with it," you loosen the knot. Language is powerful, shaping the way we feel. A single shift from resistance to acceptance can transform the experience of anxiety. Consider also how nature teaches us this lesson. The bamboo bends in the storm, while the rigid oak may break. The river flows around obstacles, never resisting, and eventually wears down the hardest stone. The clouds drift, the wind shifts, the seasons change, all without resistance, all in harmony with the way of things. When we follow this example, we too become more resilient. We bend, but we do not break. There is freedom in realizing that anxiety does not have to be eliminated for peace to exist. Peace is not the absence of turbulence, but the ability to remain steady within it. The Buddha himself faced Mara, the embodiment of fear and temptation, under the Bodhi tree. Mara appeared with armies of demons, with storms and arrows. But the Buddha did not resist or flee. He simply sat, grounded and calm, touching the earth as witness, and the storms passed. The lesson is timeless. Anxiety is Mara visiting us. If we do not resist, if we simply sit in awareness, Mara eventually departs. This practice requires courage, for sitting with anxiety is not easy. At first, every instinct will scream to escape. But if you remain, even for a breath or two, you begin to discover that the storm cannot harm you. You feel the racing heart, and you realize the heart still beats. You feel the tightness in your chest, and you discover you are still breathing. The sensations rise, and eventually they fall. You remain. Awareness remains. Over time, this practice changes the way you view anxiety. no longer an enemy. It becomes a signal, no longer something to run from. It becomes something to meet with compassion. And in this shift, the power of anxiety begins to dissolve. You realize that what once felt unbearable can now be endured. What once seemed overwhelming is now simply a wave passing through the ocean of your being. So tonight, if anxiety visits, try not to chase it away. Sit quietly. Place a hand on your heart. Breathe as the Buddha breathed, slowly and with presence. Say to yourself, this too is part of the path, and watch, gently, as the turbulence softens, as the leaf drifts, as the river carries you forward. The anxious mind hungers for certainty. It whispers endlessly. What will happen? When will it happen? How can I make sure I am safe? This is its great obsession, to control the uncontrollable, to hold life in a firm grasp. But life, by its very nature, cannot be held. It is like water. The tighter you try to clutch it in your hands, the faster it slips through your fingers. This craving for certainty is one of the deepest roots of suffering. The Buddha taught that clinging to people, to outcomes, to permanence where none exists, is the very cause of dukkha, the unsatisfactory nature of life. Anxiety is simply this teaching made visible. It is the mind clinging desperately to a future that refuses to be fixed. Imagine standing at the edge of the ocean, demanding that the waves stop rolling. You plead, you shout, you order the sea to remain still. Yet the waves continue their dance, rising and falling, unbothered by your commands. This is what it means to demand certainty from life. The waves are the unfolding of reality, birth and death, gain and loss, joy and sorrow. They cannot be controlled, only observed. Peace comes not from stopping the waves, but from learning to surf them. There is a parable of a wise master and his student. The student, tormented by worry, said, I cannot rest, for I never know what tomorrow will bring. The master poured water into a cup until it overflowed and spilled onto the floor. Why are you ruining the mat? Cried the student. The master replied, this is your mind. You try to hold tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow, until your vessel overflows. But the cup was only ever meant to hold today. The anxious mind lives in the future, building scenarios, rehearsing disasters, planning endlessly. It thinks this will create safety, but instead it creates exhaustion. The Buddha reminded us again and again that life can only ever be lived in the present moment. The future has not yet come. The past has already gone. The only place where peace can be touched is here, now, in this breath. Uncertainty is not an error in life. It is the very fabric of it. Without uncertainty, there could be no surprise, no growth, no discovery. A flower blooms because the seed does not know what it will become. A journey begins because the traveler does not know where every turn will lead. If certainty were guaranteed, life would lose its mystery, and with it, its beauty. Anxiety blinds us to this truth, making uncertainty feel like a threat rather than an invitation. There is a Zen story of a farmer whose horse ran away. His neighbors came to console him. "What bad luck," the farmer only replied. "Maybe." The next day, the horse returned with 2 wild horses. The neighbors exclaimed. "What good luck," the farmer again said. "Maybe." Later, the farmer's son tried to ride one of the wild horses, fell, and broke his leg. "How terrible," the neighbors cried. The farmer said, "Maybe." Soon after, soldiers came to the village, conscripting every young man except the farmer's injured son. The neighbors said, "How fortunate." Once more, the farmer answered, "Maybe." The lesson is clear. We cannot see the full shape of events as they unfold. What appears as loss may lead to gain, and what looks like gain may hide sorrow. Life is too vast to fit into our anxious predictions. The mind that insists on certainty is always disappointed, for reality moves in ways beyond our knowing. To live without clinging to certainty is to walk the middle path. It does not mean we stop planning, caring, or preparing. It means we accept that no plan is perfect, no outcome guaranteed. We take each step with mindfulness, but without the desperate need to control what cannot be controlled. When you notice anxiety tightening around the unknown, try this practice. Pause and breathe. Whisper to yourself, "I do not need to know everything right now. I only need to breathe this breath." In that moment, you free yourself from the burden of carrying the whole future. You return to the simplicity of now, where life is still manageable, still real. Think of how the lotus grows. It rises from the mud, reaching toward the light, never certain it will break the surface. Yet it does. The lotus does not need a guarantee. It trusts the water, the mud, the sun. You too are like the lotus, unfolding in uncertainty. Your growth does not require certainty, only patience and trust. Buddhism often speaks of impermanence, not as a curse, but as liberation, because everything changes. No pain lasts forever, because everything shifts. New joy can appear where sorrow once lived. Anxiety clings to permanence, insisting that danger will last. That uncertainty means doom, but impermanence whispers otherwise. This, too, shall pass. Even the sharpest fear cannot remain forever. It rises, peaks, and falls away, just like every wave of the ocean. So, when the anxious mind says, "I must know," remind yourself gently, "I do not need to know. I need only to be present." When it says, "I cannot handle the unknown," answer softly, "I can handle this breath. I can handle this moment." Slowly, you train the mind to release its grip, to stop demanding that the river flow backward. The Buddha compared life to holding a handful of sand. The more tightly you close your fist, the more the grains slip away. But when you open your hand, the sand rests easily in your palm. Anxiety is the closed fist. Peace is the open hand. The same life, the same sand, only the grip changes everything. In this way, uncertainty becomes not an enemy, but a teacher It shows us where we cling, where we resist, where we forget the present moment. And by practicing release, by breathing into the unknown, we discover a freedom deeper than certainty. The freedom to meet life as it comes, with trust, with openness, with grace. Most people imagine that freedom from anxiety means eliminating it completely. They dream of a life where fear never arises, where uncertainty never touches the heart, where every step is calm and assured. But this is an illusion, a false hope that keeps suffering alive. Anxiety, like all emotions, is part of the human fabric. To try to cut it out entirely is to cut away a part of yourself. Buddhism teaches that emotions are messengers, not enemies. They come bearing information, pointing to what matters to us, to what still hurts within us, or to what needs our attention. Anger can show us where a boundary has been crossed. Sadness can show us what we have loved deeply. Anxiety too carries messages. Sometimes it warns us of real dangers that require care. At other times, it is simply old programming repeating itself, like an echo of past fears that no longer fit the present. The task is not to destroy anxiety, but to discern it. To ask, is this useful anxiety, pointing me towards something I must address? Or is this destructive anxiety, a phantom rehearsing old stories? This discernment is a form of wisdom, and wisdom always begins with awareness. A story is told of a young monk who complained to his master, "My mind is restless, full of fear. I want to cut these thoughts away." The master shook his head. "Do not cut them. They are part of you. Instead, invite them to tea. Sit with them. Ask them what they have come to say. Some will speak truth. Others will speak nonsense. But only by listening will you know which is which." This gentle invitation is the heart of practice. Instead of pushing anxiety away, you welcome it with curiosity. You observe it as you would a traveler who knocks at your door. Some travelers bring gifts, others bring noise, but you do not know until you open the door. The key is to welcome without surrendering, to listen without obeying. Useful anxiety often points toward action. If you feel a quickening in your body before crossing a busy street, this is your mind protecting you. If you feel unease before a difficult conversation, it may be a signal to prepare your words with care. This kind of anxiety carries wisdom. It arises, it serves, and then it passes. Destructive anxiety, however, lingers without purpose. It invents disasters, plays endless scenarios, creates fear where none is needed. It is like a barking dog that never sleeps, howling at shadows. To feed this anxiety is to exhaust yourself without moving closer to safety or peace. Buddhist practice helps us tell the difference by cultivating the witness within. When you sit in meditation, you learn to notice the shapes of your thoughts without attaching to them. You see which ones arise and pass quickly, and which ones demand constant attention. Over time, you begin to recognize the voice of wisdom versus the voice of fear. Think of a garden again. Some plants are nourishing, others are weeds that strangle the soil. but you do not know which is which until you watch them grow. Anxiety is like this. Some thoughts will strengthen you, guiding you toward wiser choices. Others will drain you, repeating old patterns. Your role is not to destroy the garden, but to tend it, removing the weeds while nurturing the plants that give life. There is a passage in the Dhammapada where the Buddha says, "Do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind on the present moment." Destructive anxiety cannot survive in the present. It thrives only in imagined futures or remembered pasts. But useful anxiety belongs to the present. It alerts you to what needs care right now. By returning to the present moment, you can see which kind of anxiety is standing before you. A simple practice is to pause and ask, is this fear about something real in this moment? Or is it about an imagined future? If it is real, you can act. If it is imagined, you can release it. Even asking this question plants the seed of clarity. Consider also how anxiety often disguises itself as preparation. You tell yourself, "If I worry enough, I will be ready." But in truth, endless worrying is not preparation, it is paralysis. Preparation is grounded, specific, and time-bound. Worry is vague, endless, and draining. Recognizing this difference is part of the wisdom that frees you. There is a Zen story of a man chased by tigers. He runs until he finds himself at the edge of a cliff. Grasping a vine, he dangles between the hungry beasts above and the rocky ground below. Then he notices a wild strawberry growing nearby. With one hand holding the vine, he plucks the strawberry with the other and eats it. And in that moment, it is said, he tasted the sweetest strawberry of his life. The story is not about denying danger. It is about seeing that even in the presence of fear, life continues to offer sweetness. Anxiety wants you to believe that life is only threat, only disaster. But wisdom remembers the strawberry. It remembers that in every moment, even anxious ones, there is something to notice, something to taste, something real to return to. So, do not make the mistake of trying to eliminate anxiety completely. That is like trying to live without weather, demanding only sunny skies forever. Anxiety will come, just as rain will fall and storms will pass. The practice is not to stop the weather, but to carry an umbrella when needed, to sit safely inside when storms rage, and to remember that the sky always clears. When you see anxiety in this way, as part of life, but not the whole of life, it loses its grip. You realize you can live fully, even with its occasional presence. You can breathe, smile, and taste strawberries, even while holding the vine. This is freedom, not the absence of anxiety, but the presence of peace stronger than anxiety. To quiet the anxious mind, it is not enough to look at the surface symptoms alone. We must travel deeper, into the hidden roots that feed the storm. Anxiety does not appear in isolation. It grows from patterns, beliefs, and wounds that have often lived in us for many years. If we only trim the leaves, the roots remain, and the plant grows back stronger. True healing comes when we touch the roots with awareness and compassion. One of the strongest roots is perfectionism. This is the voice inside that whispers, "You must not fail. You must not make mistakes. You must always be approved of. Always be flawless." At first, it may seem noble, a sign of discipline and care. But perfectionism is an endless hunger. No matter how hard you work, the goal always moves further away. Like a thirsty traveler chasing the horizon, you never arrive. This constant pressure becomes fertile ground for anxiety. You fear missteps. You fear judgment. You fear being seen as less than perfect. Yet the Buddha taught that clinging to perfection is like trying to polish a tile into a mirror. It exhausts you without ever fulfilling the dream. Consider how even nature is imperfect. A tree may have broken branches, yet still it gives shade. A lotus rises from the mud, petals touched with specks of earth, yet still it is considered sacred. Perfectionism blinds us to this truth, that beauty and worth exist even with flaws. Anxiety thrives where perfectionism reigns because the mind is never allowed to rest. There is always something to fix, something to anticipate, something that might go wrong. Another root lies in the desire for certainty and control. The anxious mind believes, if I can plan for every possibility, if I can predict every outcome, then nothing will harm me. But life laughs at such efforts. The more tightly we cling, the more restless we become. Every time reality moves in an unexpected direction, as it always does, the anxious mind panics. This cycle is endless. Uncertainty breeds anxiety. Anxiety seeks control. Control proves impossible, and anxiety deepens. It is like trying to trap the wind in a net. The harder you try, the more exhausted you become. A deeper root still is the memory of past pain. The body remembers trauma, rejection, failure, heartbreaks. These experiences leave impressions in the nervous system. Even when the present is safe, the mind may replay old alarms. A gentle word may remind you of past criticism. A sudden silence may echo an old abandonment. Without awareness, you live not in the present but in the shadow of what once happened. Anxiety becomes the nervous system's way of saying, "Be careful. Danger once lived here." But Buddhism teaches that the past is not who you are. It is like a footprint in the sand. The tide of awareness can wash it clean. Healing begins when you recognize that old wounds are being replayed. When you gently remind yourself, "That was then. This is now. I am safe in this moment." Beliefs also shape the soil where anxiety grows. If you carry the belief that the world is dangerous, that people cannot be trusted, that you are not good enough, then the mind will always be on high alert. These beliefs act like tinted glass. Everything you see is colored by fear. Over time, they become so familiar that you no longer question them. Yet they are not ultimate truths. They are stories, often inherited from family, culture, or painful experiences. When you begin to question these stories with mindfulness, their grip loosens. Modern society, too, feeds anxiety. We live in a culture that profits from worry. News headlines scream of threats. Social media whispers comparisons. Advertisements insist that you are not enough unless you buy more, achieve more, become more. The mind absorbs this constant noise until fear becomes the default state. But just as you can choose what food to eat, you can choose what information to consume. Guarding your mental diet is an act of compassion. You do not need to starve yourself from the world, but you can choose to nourish your mind with peace instead of fear. There is also a disconnection from the body that fuels anxiety. When you live entirely in your head, spinning thoughts endlessly, you lose touch with the wisdom of the body. The body has its own intelligence. It knows how to release tension through movement, how to regulate through breath, how to signal when rest is needed. Anxiety often grows because the mind tries to solve everything on its own, forgetting that the body is a partner in healing. Lifestyle imbalances deepen this disconnection. Lack of sleep, too much caffeine, long hours without movement, poor nourishment, all create fertile ground for restlessness. The mind and body are not separate. They are threads in the same fabric. When one frays, the other weakens. To care for your body is not a luxury, but a spiritual act. Eating mindfully, resting deeply, walking gently in fresh air. These are forms of meditation too, restoring harmony to the whole being. Finally, there is the fear of anxiety itself. Once you have experienced panic, the memory of it can become a ghost that haunts you. You begin to fear the racing heart, the dizziness, the shortness of breath. This hypervigilance creates a loop. You fear the sensations, which makes them stronger, which deepens the fear. It is like standing in front of a mirror, terrified of your own reflection. But with practice, you learn to see anxiety not as an enemy but as a visitor. Its presence is uncomfortable, but it cannot destroy you. The Buddha often used the image of Mara, the embodiment of fear and temptation, appearing to him under the Bodhi tree. Instead of resisting, he touched the earth and said, "I see you, Mara." This simple act dissolved Mara's power. Anxiety is our Mara. When it comes, we too can say, "I see you." In that acknowledgement, its power weakens. So as you reflect tonight, consider your own roots. Which of these are alive in you? Perfectionism, the hunger for control, the weight of the past, limiting beliefs, the noise of society, disconnection from your body, the fear of anxiety itself. Do not judge them. Simply notice. For to notice is already to begin healing. Awareness is the tide that softens even the deepest roots, and as awareness grows, the anxious plant loses its strength, and in its place, seeds of calm and compassion take root. The roots of anxiety grow quietly, often unnoticed, until their branches reach into every part of life. Perfectionism, the craving for certainty, the weight of past pain, these are strong, but they are not the only forces at work. Social conditioning, the culture we live in, and the habits we adopt all play their part in feeding restlessness of mind. To cure anxiety, We must see clearly how these outer and inner influences weave together. Consider the world we live in today. Every screen, every headline, every advertisement seems designed to stir unease. The news rarely whispers of peace. It shouts of danger, disaster, and conflict. Social media rarely nourishes contentment. It pushes comparison, inviting us to measure ourselves against illusions. Even advertisements tell us that we are lacking, that happiness lies in the next purchase, the next achievement. Over time, this constant stream of subtle fear becomes absorbed into the nervous system. Anxiety no longer waits for real danger. It begins to rise on its own, as if the mind has been trained to expect threat at every corner. Buddhism teaches that the mind is like a garden, and what we allow to enter is what will grow. If each day we water the seeds of fear with stories of violence, the seeds of comparison with endless images, the seeds of dissatisfaction with voices insisting we are not enough, then how can peace blossom? This is why guarding the senses is such an important practice. It is not about shutting out the world entirely, but about choosing carefully what we allow into our hearts. Another overlooked cause of anxiety is disconnection from the body and its natural rhythms. We live so much in our heads, constantly thinking, analyzing, and planning, that we forget the body's quiet wisdom. The body knows when to rest, when to move, when to breathe deeply. Yet, modern life often drowns out these signals. We drink caffeine instead of resting. We scroll on devices instead of sleeping. We rush instead of pausing. Slowly, the body becomes neglected. And when it suffers imbalance, the mind suffers too. Anxiety thrives in this gap between mind and body. But the body can also be the doorway back to peace. When you place attention on your breath, when you notice the ground beneath your feet, when you stretch or walk slowly, you re-establish connection. Suddenly, the storm of thoughts softens because the body anchors you to the present moment. Thich Nhat Hanh often said, "Your body is always in the present. It cannot be anywhere else. When you return to it, you return to now." Lifestyle choices deepen this truth. Too little sleep and the mind becomes raw, easily shaken. Too much caffeine and the nervous system stays alert, as if danger were always near. Lack of movement keeps stress chemicals trapped inside, unable to release. Even food has its role. Too much sugar, too little nourishment, and the body grows restless. We often forget that the mind and body are not two. To care for one is to care for the other. Anxiety also has a habit of turning inward on itself. After experiencing a panic attack, many people begin to fear the possibility of anxiety returning. This is known as anticipatory anxiety, the fear of fear itself. You start monitoring every sensation. Is my chest tight? Is my heart racing? Am I about to panic? This vigilance itself creates the very anxiety you dread. It is a cruel loop, like watching the sky endlessly for storms, and in doing so, never noticing the calm. Here the practice is not to fight, but to soften. When sensations arise, remind yourself gently, This is only the body's alarm system. It has mistaken the moment for danger. I am still safe. In time, the fear of anxiety itself begins to lose its grip. The storm may still appear, but you no longer believe it signals the end of the world. There is a Zen parable that speaks to this. A traveler walking through a forest saw a shadow and thought it was a snake. Fear seized him, and he froze in terror. But when the light shifted, he saw it was only a rope. His heart slowed. His body relaxed. The snake had never existed. It was his perception that created the fear. So it is with anxiety. The rope of harmless sensation is mistaken for a snake of catastrophe. When we see clearly, the illusion breaks, and the mind can rest. The Buddha encouraged a middle way when addressing causes of suffering. Instead of extremes indulging in every habit or denying every need, he taught balance. In the same way, quieting anxiety is not about removing every stressor, nor about ignoring the mind completely. It is about harmony, choosing wisely what we consume, listening deeply to the body, questioning our perceptions, and loosening the grip of fear. As you reflect, notice which causes of anxiety are alive in your own life. Do you spend hours reading fearful headlines? Do you live mostly in your head, forgetting the grounding of the body? Do you neglect sleep or fill yourself with stimulants? Or do you fear the return of anxiety so much that you create it again through your watchfulness? Awareness itself is healing. For once you see these roots clearly, you can choose differently. You can decide to water other seeds. And when you do, anxiety begins to shift. It no longer feels like an enemy storming your mind. It begins to look more like a signal, saying, "Here is imbalance. Here is a place that needs attention." Anxiety becomes a guide, showing you where compassion, rest, or balance is missing. And when you answer with care, the anxious roots loosen, and the soil becomes ready for peace to grow. To heal from anxiety, it is not enough to understand its causes. We must also learn to work with the body, for the body is where anxiety first appears. The heart races, the breath shortens, the muscles tighten. These signals are not the enemy. They are simply the body's alarm system, honed through centuries of evolution. Long ago, this system kept our ancestors alive, sharpening their senses to threats in the wild. But today, the same system can become overactive, reacting to worries of the mind as if they were lions in the grass. The body, however, is not only capable of alarm, it is also capable of calm. Within us lives the parasympathetic nervous system, the rest and digest response, the natural counterbalance to fear. When activated, it slows the heart, deepens the breath, softens the muscles, and allows healing to begin. To quiet anxiety, we must learn how to invite this system forward intentionally. Breath is the most powerful doorway. Most of us, when anxious, breathe quickly and shallowly, pulling air only into the chest. This kind of breathing tells the brain that danger is near. But when we breathe slowly and deeply, expanding the belly and drawing air into the diaphragm. We send the opposite message: I am safe. Even a few such breaths can begin to shift the body's state. Techniques like the 4-7-8 breath. Inhale for 4 counts. Hold for 7. Exhale for 8. Create a rhythm of safety. The mind, which often believes every anxious thought, begins to settle when the body signals that all is well. Posture 2. Shapes the mind. When anxious, we tend to collapse, inward shoulders hunched, chest tight, spine curved. This posture reinforces vulnerability, but when we consciously open, lifting the spine, softening the shoulders, expanding the chest, we send a signal of confidence and stability. The body and mind are not separate. To change one is to change the other. Temperature can also regulate our inner state. Splashing cool water on the face stimulates the vagus nerve, activating calm. Warmth 2. Has its place a soft blanket, a warm bath, or gentle heat over the chest can soothe a restless system. These small shifts remind us that we have tools within reach, that peace can be invited through the simplest acts of care. Another practice is progressive muscle relaxation. Anxiety lives in the body as tension, often unnoticed. By intentionally tightening and then releasing different muscle groups from the toes up to the face, we learn the difference between contraction and ease. This practice teaches the body how to let go, and with it, the mind follows. Nutrition also shapes the terrain of the mind. Blood sugar spikes and crashes can mimic the sensations of anxiety. Caffeine, though common, keeps the nervous system alert long after it is needed. On the other hand, foods rich in magnesium, like leafy greens, seeds, and nuts, help soothe the system. When we eat with mindfulness, choosing balance over excess, the body is steadier, and so is the mind. Movement is medicine. Anxiety floods the body with stress hormones that need release. Without movement, these chemicals linger, amplifying restlessness. Exercise does not need to be harsh or punishing. A gentle walk, slow stretches, or quiet dancing can discharge energy and restore balance. Movement is also meditation, reminding us that we are alive, embodied, and capable of flow. And then there is sleep. How often anxiety steals our rest, and yet how much rest we need to soften anxiety. Poor sleep leaves the mind raw, vulnerable to even the smallest worry. Creating a simple routine, turning off screens before bed, keeping the room dark and cool, moving gently into stillness, helps prepare the body for deep rest. In Buddhist practice, evening meditation is not just about calming the mind. It is also about preparing the body to surrender into sleep as naturally as a leaf falls to the ground. Even the rhythm of our days matters. Most of us have natural cycles of energy and fatigue. When we push against these rhythms, demanding constant productivity, we exhaust ourselves and feed anxiety. By noticing when we are most alert and when we need rest, and by shaping our days in harmony with these natural waves, we reduce unnecessary stress. This is mindfulness applied not only to the cushion, but to the whole of life. A Zen teacher once said, "When the body is at ease, the mind will follow." This is not a call to neglect the mind, but a reminder that sometimes the quickest path to peace is through the body. When you breathe deeply, when you stretch slowly, when you eat with care, when you rest fully, you are not only nourishing your body, you are practicing meditation. Think of the body as a temple. When it is cared for, kept in balance, and treated with respect, the mind that dwells within it finds more ease. When it is neglected, pushed too hard, or ignored, the mind grows restless, fearful, unstable. Anxiety often signals that the temple needs tending. So tonight, if you feel the storm of restlessness rise, return to the body. Place a hand on your chest and feel the breath moving beneath it. Straighten the spine gently, as if you were a tree rooted in the earth. Release the tension in your shoulders. Breathe, not to escape the moment, but to fully enter it. Let the body guide the mind back to the present, back to calm. In this way, you discover that healing is not hidden or far away. It is in your breath, your posture, your daily rhythms. Each small act of care is a step toward peace. And when the body remembers ease, the mind follows, like a bird returning to its nest after wandering in stormy skies. There is a profound truth at the heart of Buddhist teaching. Anxiety cannot survive in the present moment. It lives only in the past and the future. In the past, it lingers as regret, shame, or the memory of wounds. In the future, it leaps ahead, weaving stories of what might go wrong, of dangers that may never come. But here, right now, in this single breath, anxiety dissolves. The present is the refuge where peace always waits. This is why the practice of present moment awareness is so powerful. It does not deny that worries exist, nor does it attempt to paint everything with false positivity. Instead, it anchors us in what is real, in what can be touched and known right now. In this moment, you are breathing. In this moment, you are listening. In this moment, you are safe. These truths are small, yet they are the ground upon which calm can grow. The anxious mind is like a time traveler who has forgotten the way home. It drifts endlessly into futures that have not yet come and cannot be controlled, or it circles back to past moments that can never be changed. Awareness is the gentle guide that says, "Come back. You belong here." Every time you notice your mind wandering and return to the present, you are teaching yourself how to come home. The breath is perhaps the simplest anchor. Unlike thoughts, it is not about the past or the future, it is always here. You cannot breathe yesterday's air or tomorrow's. You can only breathe now. By noticing the coolness of the inhale, the warmth of the exhale, the rise and fall of the chest, you create a bridge between the restless mind and the steady present. Each return is a victory, a reminder that peace does not lie in controlling time, but in inhabiting it fully. Your senses are also gateways to presence. Anxiety thrives in abstract stories, in imagined scenarios, but the senses belong only to now. When you look carefully at the colors around you, when you listen to the sounds that rise and fall, when you notice the textures beneath your fingers, the anxious story loosens its grip. You realize that life is not the disaster your mind predicts. It is the simple, immediate beauty unfolding here. There is a practice known as labeling, or simply noting. When you notice anxiety, you might whisper inwardly, "I see you." Anxious thought. This gentle acknowledgement creates space. Instead of being swept away, you recognize that you are not the thought, you are the awareness that notices it. This shift is small but powerful. It transforms the relationship between you and your mind. A Zen master once told his students, "You are not the waves. You are the ocean. The waves may rise, crash, and roar, but the ocean remains vast and steady beneath them." In the same way, anxious thoughts may surge, but awareness, the deeper self, remains untouched. Each time you return to the present, you remember your true nature as the ocean, not the wave. Walking meditation is another way to ground in the present. As you place one foot on the earth, notice the sensation fully. Feel the heel, the sole, the toes. Feel the shift of weight as the other foot rises and falls. This simple act transforms walking into prayer, into a reminder that you are here, that each step carries you into the present. Anxiety cannot follow when the mind is wholly absorbed in the act of walking. Acceptance is also part of presence. Often, we resist what is happening now, telling ourselves, "This should not be. This must change immediately." But resistance drains energy. By softening into what is, we stop fighting the current and begin to float. This does not mean passivity. It means beginning from truth rather than denial. From here, wise action becomes possible. The Buddha often spoke of impermanence. Everything, he said, is in motion: joy and sorrow, fear and calm, beginnings and endings. Anxiety clings, trying to freeze the world. But impermanence shows us that no state lasts forever. Even fear passes. Even storms move on. By noticing this truth in the present, by observing how each sensation, each breath, each thought arises and fades, you free yourself from the illusion of permanence that anxiety feeds upon. When the mind asks, "What if?" presence answers, "What is?" anxiety says, "What if I fail? What if disaster comes?" Presence asks, "What is true right now? What can I see, hear, and touch in this moment?" This simple question cuts through layers of fear. Often, the answer is that you are still breathing, still standing, still capable of meeting this moment. With calm, the body itself is always present. You cannot place your body in tomorrow or yesterday. By bringing awareness to physical sensations, the weight of your body against the chair, the ground beneath your feet, the temperature of the air, you anchor yourself to reality. The anxious mind may wander, but the body remains here, ready to bring you back. Imagine anxiety as a traveler knocking at your door. If you resist, you struggle endlessly, pushing against the door with all your strength. If you open the door and invite it to sit in the present moment with you, something changes. The traveler quiets. Its power lessens. For anxiety thrives in the shadows of past and future, but in the light of the present, it often has little to say. There is a story of a monk who was asked how he managed to stay calm while others panicked. He replied, "When I stand, I know I am standing. When I walk, I know I am walking. When I eat, I know I am eating. Others live in many places at once, but I live only here." This is the essence of presence, not a mystical state, but a simple practice of being with what is. So when anxiety rises, do not try to chase it away with force. Instead, bring yourself back to this moment. Feel the breath. Notice the sounds. Touch the earth beneath you. Repeat softly to yourself, "I am here. This moment is enough." In doing so, you remind the mind that it does not need to wander into storms. The shelter it seeks has always been here. In the stillness of now, the anxious mind is skilled at weaving stories, turning shadows into monsters and whispers into roars. It takes what is small and magnifies it into something overwhelming. But thoughts, no matter how loud, are not facts. They are movements of the mind, conditioned patterns that arise and fade like clouds in the sky. When we forget this, we take every thought as truth, and anxiety grows. But when we remember that thoughts are simply thoughts, we begin to loosen their grip. Psychologists speak of distortions, ways the mind twists reality in moments of fear. In Buddhism, these distortions are simply forms of delusion. One of the three poisons that cloud wisdom. Anxiety thrives on such distortions. It whispers in absolutes. Everything will fail. Nothing will be enough. This is all or nothing thinking, which blinds us to the middle ground, where most of life actually happens. It leaps to catastrophic conclusions. If I stumble once, disaster will follow. This is catastrophizing, a trick of the mind that inflates a moment into a crisis. Other distortions appear too. You may assume you know what others think of you, mind reading, often painting their judgment as negative, or you may try to predict the future with certainty, usually in the darkest way, fortune-telling, where anxiety becomes a false prophet. The anxious mind also searches for confirmation, seeing only the evidence that supports its fear, ignoring the rest. In Buddhism, this is the habit of clinging, holding on to what supports our illusion and pushing away what does not. The first step to freedom is recognition. When you catch an anxious thought, pause it. Ask, is this truly real? What is the evidence? What else might be true? By questioning the thought instead of obeying it, you create space. This practice, called cognitive restructuring in modern psychology, echoes the Buddhist practice of wise reflection. Both remind us that thoughts are not ultimate reality, but interpretations colored by fear. The goal is not to replace negative thoughts with false positivity. That often feels hollow, like painting over cracks in a wall. Instead, the practice is to replace distortion with balance. Instead of saying, "I will certainly fail," you might say, "I am nervous, but I am prepared." and I can handle whatever comes. This voice is honest, realistic, and compassionate. It soothes the nervous system rather than feeding its panic. There are also techniques to interrupt spirals of worry. One is thought stopping. When you notice the mind running in circles, you can say inwardly, "Stop." Some imagine a red sign. Others picture a gentle bell. This is not about suppressing thoughts forever, but about breaking the loop, creating a pause where a wiser response can enter. Another practice is diffusion, learning to see thoughts as events rather than truths. Instead of thinking, "I am going to fail," you might reframe it as, "I am having the thought that I am going to fail." This small shift reminds you that thoughts are mental weather, not the sky itself. You are the witness who observes, not the thought itself. Reframing is another tool. If you fear giving a presentation, the anxious mind may frame it as an opportunity for embarrassment, but you can reframe it as a chance to share, to connect, to practice courage. The event is the same, but the lens through which you view it changes. This is what the Buddha meant when he said, "With our thoughts, we make the world." How we frame reality determines how we experience it. Often, anxiety speaks in shoulds. You should be further along. You should not feel this way. You should always succeed. But should is a whip that drives the mind into endless unrest. By shifting should into could, you invite possibility rather than judgment. Instead of, "I should never make mistakes," you might say, "I could try to learn from mistakes." Such language softens the heart and reduces anxiety's grip. The witness perspective is perhaps the most profound. You are not your thoughts. You are the awareness that notices them, just as clouds pass across the sky without staining the sky itself. Thoughts move through your mind without touching the essence of who you are. Meditation cultivates this witness, strengthening the ability to watch thoughts arise and dissolve without being caught. Journaling can support this practice. Writing anxious thoughts on paper often reveals their exaggeration. When seen outside the mind, their power diminishes. You can also write responses balanced, compassionate reflections that challenge the distortion. In time, the brain learns new pathways, creating habits of calm instead of panic. Neuroplasticity, the brain's capacity to change, is not just a scientific idea, it is a modern echo of an ancient truth. The Buddha taught that what you think, you become. Every thought is like a seed planted in the mind. If you water seeds of fear daily, fear grows strong. If you water seeds of balance, compassion, and wisdom, those qualities flourish. Every time you challenge an anxious thought, you are planting a seed of calm. Yet, patience is needed. Anxious patterns may have been reinforced for years, even decades. They will not vanish overnight. But with each breath of awareness, each act of questioning, each reframing, you carve new paths in the forest of the mind. Over time, the old trails grow over, and the new ones become clear and natural. A Zen master once said, "Do not believe everything you think." This simple teaching is liberating. For thoughts are like travelers passing through a village. Some bring wisdom, others bring confusion. You do not need to follow them all. You can bow politely and let them continue on their way. So the next time your mind insists on disaster, pause. Ask gently, is this the voice of wisdom or the echo of fear? Notice the thought as a cloud, not the sky. Choose whether to believe it, whether to water it, or whether to let it pass. In this choice lies freedom. For anxiety is not defeated in a single battle. It is softened through 1,000 small moments of awareness, each one reminding you that you are more than your thoughts. When we look closely, we see that anxiety is not only fueled by distorted thinking, but also by attachment. The anxious mind clings tightly to outcomes, to identities, to control. It insists that life must unfold in a certain way for peace to exist. But life, by its nature, refuses to obey such rigid demands. It flows, shifts, and changes like a river. The tighter we grip, the more restless we become. Many people misunderstand the Buddhist teaching of detachment. They imagine it as coldness, indifference, or withdrawal from life. But true detachment is not apathy. It is not closing the heart. Rather, it is the art of caring deeply without being enslaved by outcomes. It is the ability to love, to work, to strive, while maintaining inner freedom, even when events unfold differently than we hoped. Think of holding a rope. If you grip too tightly, your hands ache, and when the rope is pulled, you suffer. But if you hold it with steadiness yet softness, you can still guide it without injury. Attachment is the tight grip. Detachment is the relaxed hold. Both are engaged, but only one allows peace. The anxious mind often confuses preference with attachment. A preference is natural. You may prefer good health, harmony in relationships, or success in your work. But preference allows for flexibility. If things go differently, you adjust and remain steady. Attachment, however, insists that only one outcome is acceptable, and if it fails, you collapse. This rigidity is fertile ground for anxiety. Consider how much of your suffering comes not from what happened, but from the insistence that it should not have happened. A plan changes, and the mind resists. A loved one disagrees, and the mind insists they must agree. A dream delays, and the mind panics that it should arrive now. Resistance to reality multiplies pain. The Buddha called this the second arrow. The first arrow is the event itself, often painful enough. The second arrow is the resistance, the thought, "This must not be." That arrow we fire into ourselves, creating deeper suffering. Outcome independence is one of the most liberating forms of detachment. It means doing your best, acting with sincerity, then releasing the results. You plant seeds, water them, give them sunlight, but you do not demand the flower to bloom faster. You trust that it will bloom in its own time or in its own way. This does not mean passivity. It means peace with the process. Much anxiety arises from trying to control other people, their choices, their opinions, their behavior. But people are not puppets. They have their own paths, just as you have yours. Trying to control them is like trying to command the wind. You may influence with kindness, guide with wisdom, but ultimately, others walk according to their own karma. To release this need for control is to release a great weight. Even identity can be a source of anxious clinging. Many of us build a fragile image of ourselves that must be maintained: the successful one, the strong one, the likable one. But to preserve this image, we live in constant fear of cracks, showing authentic mistakes, vulnerability, or even being misunderstood feel unbearable. Yet peace comes when we allow ourselves to be imperfect, when we accept that no image can define the whole of who we are. Detachment from identity is freedom to be fully human. The ego thrives on attachment. It says, I must be right. I must be in control. I must be safe. It builds stories around these needs. But beneath the ego lies something larger: awareness itself. The quiet witness, untouched by outcomes. When you identify with awareness rather than ego, anxiety softens. For awareness has no need to cling. It simply sees, accepts, and abides. Detachment also applies to time. Anxiety often comes from being attached to when things should happen. You want success now, healing now, clarity now. But life has its own seasons. A seed planted in winter cannot bloom until spring, no matter how much you push. When you release the demand for your timeline and trust life's rhythm, the heart grows more patient, and anxiety loosens. Surrender is perhaps the deepest form of detachment. Many fear the word, imagining weakness or defeat. But surrender, in the Buddhist sense, is strength. It is the wisdom to see what cannot be controlled and to release it, focusing energy only on what can be influenced. It is rowing the boat with full effort while trusting the current of the river to carry you where you need to go. One of the most subtle forms of attachment is the attachment to being free from anxiety itself. The mind says, I must never feel anxious again. I must be calm, always. This creates a paradox. By resisting anxiety, you feed it. True freedom comes not from eliminating anxiety, but from accepting its occasional presence. When you can say, anxiety may visit, but it does not define me, you break the cycle of fear about fear. There is a teaching in Zen: let go or be dragged. When we cling, life drags us painfully along its natural course. When we release, we flow with it. Detachment is not giving up. It is giving in to the truth of impermanence and learning to rest within it. Reflect on your own life. Where are you gripping too tightly to an outcome? A person, an image, a timeline, even to the absence of anxiety. What would it feel like to loosen that grip just slightly? To allow life to breathe again. Even a small shift can open space for peace. Detachment is not about abandoning love or effort. It is about loving without fear, working without obsession, living without the chain of control. It is about remembering that you are the sky, vast and open, while outcomes, identities, and fears are passing clouds. When you see this clearly, you discover that you can engage with life fully, yet remain free. At the root of much anxiety lies a deep feeling of unsafety, a quiet sense that the world cannot be trusted and that danger is always waiting. Even in peaceful moments, the nervous system remains on guard, scanning for threats that may never come. This hypervigilance is exhausting, for it prevents the body from resting and the mind from opening fully to life. To quiet anxiety in a lasting way, we must learn to create inner safety, a foundation of trust that does not depend on external circumstances, but arises from within. Inner safety begins with self-trust. When you know, deeply, that you can handle whatever life brings, fear loses much of its power. This does not mean knowing that everything will go well. It means knowing that even if things do not go as planned, you will find a way to adapt, to learn, to endure, and perhaps even to grow. Reflect for a moment on your past. How many challenges have you already overcome? How many times did you think, "I cannot handle this," only to discover strength you did not know you had? Anxiety often makes us forget our own resilience. But recalling these memories builds evidence that you are capable, that you can meet uncertainty without crumbling. This self-trust is nurtured by how you speak to yourself. Many anxious people carry an inner critic that is harsh, demanding, and unforgiving. This voice says, "You will fail. You are weak. You are not enough." Living with such an inner voice is like living with a bully who never leaves your side. No wonder the nervous system feels unsafe. But when you practice speaking to yourself with kindness, the way you would comfort a dear friend, the entire inner environment changes. Soft words of compassion. It is okay to be afraid. You are doing your best. You are safe here. Create the conditions for calm to grow. Self-compassion is not indulgence. It is not an excuse to avoid responsibility. It is the recognition that you are human, that mistakes and fears are part of the path, and that kindness strengthens far more than criticism. The Buddha taught you, yourself, as much as anybody in the entire universe, deserve your love and affection. When you embody this teaching, your nervous system learns that it is safe in your own company. Boundaries also play a vital role in creating inner security. Without boundaries, you are vulnerable to the demands, moods, and expectations of others. You may feel constantly pulled, unable to rest in your own energy. This breeds chronic anxiety, as though your life is never truly your own. Setting boundaries, knowing when to say yes and when to say no, is not selfishness. It is self-care. It is the act of protecting your inner ground so that you may give generously without being depleted. Healthy boundaries tell the nervous system, "I am safe. I am in charge of my own space. I do not need to be at the mercy of every storm around me." Caring for the body is another form of building safety. Proper nourishment, sufficient sleep, gentle movement, and avoiding substances that destabilize the mind all create conditions for ease. When the body feels strong and balanced, the mind feels more secure. Your living environment matters too. A chaotic, unsafe, or draining space keeps the nervous system on edge. But when you create spaces of calm, whether through order, warmth, natural light, or beauty, you give yourself a refuge where anxiety cannot easily root itself. Financial security also shapes this sense of safety. While wealth is not necessary, having a basic cushion of stability reduces the fear of survival. Simple steps such as budgeting, saving a small reserve, or diversifying sources of income can quiet the background hum of financial worry. Even if life remains uncertain, knowing you have taken wise steps to support yourself fosters calm. Spiritual grounding is perhaps the deepest form of inner safety. When you feel connected to something greater than your individual struggles, whether you call it Dharma, God, the universe, or simply the interconnection of all beings, you discover that you are not alone. A larger field of meaning surrounds you. This perspective allows you to meet uncertainty with greater courage, for you trust that life is not merely random chaos, but part of a greater unfolding. Thich Nhat Hanh often spoke of this as coming home. When you breathe mindfully, you come home to yourself and at the same time feel connected to the vast web of life. That connection itself is safety. Practical skills also build confidence. The more capable you feel in daily life solving problems, communicating clearly, managing tasks, the less anxious you become when challenges arise. Each new skill is a tool, and the more tools you have, the safer you feel. Life no longer appears as a series of threats, but as a series of challenges you are prepared to meet. Supportive relationships are essential. 2. Human beings are wired for connection, and isolation feeds anxiety. Having even one or two people you trust, who accept you as you are, creates a safety net. In their presence, your nervous system relaxes, reminded that it does not have to face everything alone. These relationships need not be perfect, but they must be genuine places where you can lay down the armor and simply be. Meaning and purpose. Deepen this foundation of safety when you feel that your life matters, that your actions contribute to something beyond yourself. Daily worries lose some of their power. A strong sense of purpose provides context. It reminds you that while storms may come, they do not define the whole of your journey. Purpose is an anchor that steadies the heart. Self-reliance is another aspect of safety. This does not mean never asking for help. It means cultivating confidence in your ability to care for yourself emotionally, practically, and spiritually. It is the assurance that you can meet your own needs when necessary, that you are not helpless in the face of difficulty. When you know you can rely on yourself, external uncertainty becomes less threatening. Yet, even as we build inner safety, we must remember that absolute safety is an illusion. Life will always contain risk, change, and loss. To demand total protection is to fuel endless anxiety. Instead, inner safety arises from accepting impermanence while trusting your capacity to meet it with wisdom. As the Buddha taught, everything conditioned is uncertain, But freedom is found not in eliminating uncertainty, but in making peace with it. Reflect on this: safety is not something you must chase endlessly in the outer world. It is something you can cultivate, moment by moment, within your own heart. When you speak kindly to yourself, set healthy boundaries, nurture your body, and ground in meaning and connection, your nervous system learns to rest. Anxiety may still arise, but it finds less fertile ground. You carry a refuge with you wherever you go. Emotions are like weather patterns that sweep across the inner sky. Sometimes they arrive as soft breezes, other times as sudden storms. Anxiety is one such storm, and when it gathers force, it can feel as though the whole sky has been swallowed. Yet the Buddha taught that all phenomena, including emotions, are impermanent. They arise, swell, and fade away. Emotional regulation is the art of remembering this truth, of learning to stay steady as emotions pass through, without being overwhelmed or swept away. To regulate emotion is not to suppress it. Suppression is like damming a river. The pressure builds until the walls burst. Regulation is learning to let the river flow while guiding its course gently. It is the ability to feel fully while remaining grounded, to allow anger, sadness, or fear to move through without dictating your every thought and action. For those who live with anxiety, this skill is essential. For anxiety is not merely a thought pattern, but a visceral, emotional experience. One of the most compassionate tools for working with difficult emotions is the RAIN technique. RAIN stands for recognize, allow, investigate, and non-attachment. First, recognize what is present. Simply say inwardly, "This is anxiety. This is fear." Naming the experience already creates space between you and the feeling. Next, allow it to exist without resistance. Do not immediately try to push it away or fix it. Give it permission to be here for now, like allowing a guest to sit at your table. Then, investigate with curiosity. Where do you feel it in the body? What thoughts accompany it? What story does it tell? Finally, practice non-attachment, remembering that you are not the emotion itself, but the awareness noticing it. With time, the feeling passes, and you remain intact. Somatic awareness deepens this process. Anxiety is not only in the mind, it manifests in the body as tension, heat, tightness, or restlessness. By bringing attention to these sensations without judgment, you teach the nervous system to soften, breathing into a tight chest, relaxing around a knot in the stomach, or gently resting a hand on the heart transforms the experience. Instead of being trapped, you become a compassionate witness to the body's cry for ease. In psychology, there is the concept of the window of tolerance, the range within which you can feel emotions without being overwhelmed or shutting down. Outside this window, you may become hyper-aroused, panicked, restless, agitated or hypo-aroused, numb, frozen, disconnected. Emotional regulation is the art of widening this window. so that more of life's storms can be felt without losing balance. Grounding techniques are powerful allies here. The 5-4-3-2-1 method is simple yet effective. Notice 5 things you can see. 4. You can touch. 3. You can hear. 2. You can smell. And 1. You can taste. This sensory awareness pulls you back into the present moment, out of the anxious swirl of thought. Each time you return, you strengthen the habit of presence. Breathing practices are central. The physiological sigh, a deep inhale, followed by a shorter second inhale, and then a long exhale quickly calms the nervous system. This breath pattern signals safety to the body, easing the fight or flight response. In Buddhism, breath awareness has always been central. To follow the breath is to follow life itself, steady and continuous, carrying you back to the present whenever the mind wanders. Another practice is titration, which means working with emotions in small doses. Instead of diving fully into overwhelming anxiety, you focus on just a fragment of the sensation. Breathe with it, and then return to a place of calm, like dipping a toe in cold water before entering fully. This gradual approach teaches the nervous system that emotions can be faced without drowning. Emotional granularity also aids regulation. Instead of labeling everything as simply bad or anxious, you identify more precisely. I feel nervous about tomorrow's meeting, disappointed about today's conversation, and hopeful about next week. This clarity prevents a flood of vague distress and allows you to respond wisely to each specific feeling. Pendulation is another technique, moving attention between the distress and a resource. You may notice tension in your chest. Then shift focus to the stability of your feet on the ground. Back and forth, distress and resource, until the nervous system learns balance. This rhythm mirrors the Buddhist middle way, moving between extremes until equilibrium is found. Self-soothing practices are equally important. Holding a warm cup of tea, listening to calming music, wrapping yourself in a soft blanket, or practicing gentle touch all send signals of safety to the body. The anxious mind often overlooks such simple acts, but the body remembers. Comforting the senses reminds the nervous system that not all is threat. That peace can still be found in small gestures of care. Cognitive reappraisal also helps. This means looking at situations from a more balanced perspective. Instead of, "This will be a disaster," you may say, "This will be a challenge, but I can prepare and manage." This shift is not denial, it is wisdom. The Buddha encouraged right view, seeing reality clearly rather than through the haze of fear. Sometimes, the wisest response is opposite action. Anxiety may urge you to avoid a situation, but avoidance often strengthens fear. By gently, and with support, doing the opposite, stepping into the situation while carrying your grounding tools, you prove to yourself that fear does not have the final word. Each time you do this, courage grows. Distress tolerance is another skill. It means learning to endure difficult emotions without making them worse through impulsive reaction. You may distract yourself with a healthy activity. Move your body to discharge energy. or engage in something meaningful until the storm passes. Tolerance is not escape. It is choosing not to add more suffering to suffering. Ultimately, emotional regulation is about learning to dance with life's weather. Emotions come and go. Non è are permanent. Non è define you. Anxiety may feel overwhelming, but it is only one pattern in the vast sky of your being. By practicing awareness, grounding, compassion, and balance, you learn that storms do not destroy the sky. They pass, and clarity returns. Fear is often seen as the enemy, a force that must be eliminated at all costs. Yet fear, when understood with wisdom, can become a teacher. It arises to protect, to signal danger, to prepare us for survival. But in the modern mind, fear often misfires, sounding alarms where none are needed. The challenge is not to destroy fear, but to listen to it, to extract the wisdom it holds, and to let it guide growth rather than domination. Every fear reveals something about what we value. If you fear losing your job, it points to the importance you place on security and stability. If you fear public speaking, it shows that you care about connection, about how others perceive you, about being understood. When examined gently, fears highlight priorities, reminding us of what matters most. The question is not, how do I erase this fear, but rather, what truth does this fear reveal about me? Fear also points us toward our growing edges. It shows us where expansion is possible, but not yet realized. The fear of starting a new venture might reveal that your heart longs for independence, creativity, or courage. Yet the skills and confidence are still developing. By leaning into fear rather than shrinking from it, you step into growth. The Buddha often taught that what we avoid becomes our prison, but what we turn toward with awareness becomes the path to freedom. One way to work with fear is through a practice called fear inventory. This means listing your fears honestly, without judgment. For each one, you ask, what is this fear trying to protect me from? What does it reveal about my values? What would I do differently if this fear were absent? What skills or strengths might I need to develop so that this fear lessens its grip in answering these questions? Fear becomes information, not condemnation. Many fears are outdated defenses. Perhaps as a child, you learned that staying quiet protected you from criticism. That fear may have been wise then, but as an adult, it now blocks your voice, your relationships, your growth. When we see that fear once served us but no longer does, we can thank it for its past service and gently release it. In Buddhist practice, this is similar to bowing to an old teacher, honoring the lesson but moving forward into new understanding. Fears also expose limiting beliefs. Fear of failure often hides the belief, I am only worthy if I succeed. Fear of rejection may conceal the belief, I must be liked to be valuable. When uncovered, these beliefs can be examined, questioned, and replaced with truths rooted in compassion. My worth is not measured by success. I am valuable simply as I am. Replacing false beliefs with compassionate wisdom transforms fear into a doorway for liberation. Sometimes, fear shrinks. When we explore the worst-case scenario, the anxious mind leaves outcomes vague and terrifying. But when you consciously imagine the worst that could happen and plan how you might respond, you discover it is often manageable. If you fail at a project, you can learn and try again. If someone disapproves, you can still stand in your truth. By bringing fear out of the shadows and into clarity, you disarm its power. Fear can also guide us in building boundaries. If you feel anxious every time you say yes when you mean no, fear is pointing toward the need for protection of your time and energy. If you fear conflict, the lesson may be to develop communication skills that allow you to stand firm without aggression. Fear is not always a foe. Sometimes it is a compass pointing toward healthier patterns of living. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to act with fear in the room. Each time you feel afraid, yet move forward wisely, you strengthen your courage muscle. A helpful practice is gradual exposure. Rather than confronting a fear all at once, you begin with smaller steps. If speaking to a large audience terrifies you, you might start by sharing thoughts with a small group of friends, then speaking in a meeting, then gradually expanding. Each step proves to your nervous system that the fear can be held and survived. Fear also invites discernment. Not every fear is false. Some fears are rational warnings that call for caution. The wisdom lies in distinguishing between fears that keep you safe and fears that keep you small. A Zen saying tells us, "Fear is a guard at the gate of the temple. Sometimes it blocks the way. Sometimes it shows you the entrance." With awareness, you can see which role fear is playing in each moment. Shadow work is another dimension of transforming fear. Often, we fear parts of ourselves that we have rejected: ambition, vulnerability, sensitivity, or power. These hidden aspects linger in the shadows, fueling anxiety. But when you turn toward them with compassion, you discover that they contain gifts. The sensitivity you feared may become empathy. The ambition you hid may become purposeful drive. By reclaiming what you feared within yourself, you become whole. The deepest fear of all is often the fear of death. Beneath countless smaller anxieties lies this primal truth: one day, all things end. Many avoid this contemplation, believing it will increase fear. But in Buddhism, meditating on impermanence is liberating. When you accept death as natural, as the frame that gives meaning to life, smaller fears lose much of their weight. Each moment becomes more precious, each choice more alive. Transforming fear into wisdom is ultimately about trust. Trust in yourself, in life, in your ability to meet whatever arises. Trust does not mean believing that nothing bad will happen. It means believing that even when difficulties come, you will not be broken. You will adapt, learn, and perhaps even deepen. The next time fear arises, pause and listen. Ask, what is this fear trying to teach me? What truth is it pointing toward? What strength is it calling forth in this way? Fear shifts from being a tyrant to being a guide. Anxiety, loosens, not because fear has vanished, but because it has been understood. And understanding, as the Buddha taught, is the beginning of freedom. Resilience is often imagined as toughness, as a hardened shield against life's blows. But true resilience is something more fluid, more alive. It is the ability to bend without breaking, to return to balance after disruption, to meet difficulty with openness rather than rigidity. In Buddhism, this quality is rooted in the teaching of impermanence. Since everything changes, pain will also pass, and strength can grow from each challenge endured. To build resilience, we must first accept that hardship is not a sign of failure, nor a punishment. It is woven into the fabric of life. Everyone suffers. Everyone faces loss, illness, rejection, and disappointment. The Buddha's first noble truth acknowledges this directly. Life contains suffering. But this acknowledgement is not pessimism, it is wisdom. When you accept that challenges are part of the journey, you no longer waste energy resisting them. Instead, you focus on meeting them with clarity and strength. Psychologists speak of the growth mindset, the belief that skills and qualities can be developed through effort and learning. A fixed mindset assumes your intelligence, character, or ability is set in stone, making every challenge feel like a test of worth. But with a growth mindset, challenges are opportunities. Failure is not final but feedback. In Buddhist practice, this resonates with the idea of beginner's mind approaching life, not as someone who must already have all the answers, but as someone willing to learn anew. Resilience also means not placing all your identity in a single source. If your worth is tied only to your career, then a setback at work can shatter your foundation. If your happiness depends entirely on one relationship, its instability can undo you. A resilient person cultivates multiple roots: relationships, creative pursuits, spiritual practice, service, and personal growth, so that if one is shaken, others hold steady. Like a tree with many roots, you remain grounded even when storms strike. Flexibility of mind is another cornerstone. Anxiety thrives on rigidity, insisting that things must happen in one exact way. But resilience is the art of adaptation. When plans change, you adjust. When obstacles appear, you shift your approach. A Zen parable tells of a bamboo that survives the storm by bending while the rigid oak falls. Resilient people bend, and in bending, they endure. Reframing challenges is a practical way to cultivate this flexibility. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" ask, "What can I learn from this?" A job loss might open the door to a more fulfilling path. A difficult illness may deepen compassion for others who suffer. Even heartbreak can teach you about love's impermanence and the beauty of vulnerability. By seeking meaning rather than resisting pain, you transform adversity into wisdom. Resilience also depends on emotional agility, the ability to feel emotions without being consumed by them. When grief arises, you allow it, without drowning in despair. When fear comes, you acknowledge it, without letting it dictate every choice. This is not detachment in the sense of indifference, but the middle way, being intimate with your emotions while not enslaved by them. Purpose gives resilience its strongest foundation. When you have a clear sense of meaning, setbacks become temporary, not absolute. Viktor Frankl, a survivor of the Holocaust, wrote that those who had a why could endure almost anyhow. Your purpose does not need to be grand. It may be the love you give to family, the care you show in your work, or the compassion you extend to others. Purpose anchors the heart, making you steady in storms. Relationships also fortify resilience. Humans are not meant to carry burdens alone. Even one friend who listens, one person who understands, can transform despair into hope. Supportive connections act as mirrors, reminding you of your strength when you forget it. In Buddhism, this is the Sangha, the community of practitioners walking the path together. To be held in community is to remember that you do not walk alone. Resilience grows when we practice self-compassion. Our harsh inner voice drains energy, leaving you brittle. But when you meet yourself with kindness, acknowledging mistakes, forgiving missteps, and encouraging your own growth, you preserve inner strength. Each word of compassion replenishes energy, allowing you to rise again. Physical resilience is tied to mental resilience. A body deprived of sleep, nutrition, or movement is more vulnerable to stress. Caring for the body is not vanity, it is wisdom. When the body is balanced, the mind is steadier. A daily walk, mindful eating, restful sleep. These simple acts build a foundation that supports the spirit when trials come. Building resilience can also be seen as practicing with small storms. Each time you face a minor frustration with patience, each time you endure a small discomfort with grace, you train for greater challenges. These small victories accumulate, building confidence that you can withstand larger trials. Just as muscles grow through repeated exertion, resilience grows through consistent practice. Every adversity contains seeds of wisdom. Ask yourself, what did I learn about myself through this difficulty? What strengths emerged that I didn't know I had? What illusions dissolved? By extracting meaning, you turn pain into teacher. Instead of being crushed by life, you are shaped by it. Choice is central to resilience. You cannot always choose what happens, but you can always choose how to respond. Viktor Frankl called this the last of human freedoms, the ability to choose one's attitude in any circumstance. In Buddhism, this echoes the teaching of karma. While we cannot control conditions, we can always plant seeds of intention through thought, speech, and action. To live resiliently is not to escape hardship. It is to meet hardship with open eyes, to bend and return, to see in every loss the possibility of renewal. When the storm passes, you may not be the same as before, but you may be deeper, wiser, and more compassionate. This is resilience, not the absence of pain, but the transformation of pain into strength. Visualization has often been dismissed as fantasy, as daydreaming with no practical effect. Yet modern science shows what Buddhism has long known, that the mind has the power to shape reality. The brain cannot fully distinguish between a vividly imagined experience and one that is lived. When you visualize calmness, confidence, or compassion with clarity and repetition, you are not simply entertaining thoughts, you are rewiring the pathways of the nervous system. You are teaching the mind and body a new way of being. The mistake most people make is trying to visualize life without anxiety, as though erasing fear is the goal. But by focusing on what they want gone, they keep their attention tethered to it. A wiser approach is to visualize what you wish to cultivate: peace, steadiness, clarity. See yourself walking into a situation that once triggered fear, and notice your body relaxed, your breath smooth, your voice steady. The mind begins to absorb this image as a memory, rehearsing success instead of failure. In this way, you are planting seeds of calm that will one day sprout when real challenges arise. To make visualization effective, engage the senses. Do not simply see yourself calm. Feel the ground steady beneath your feet. Hear the rhythm of your breath. Sense the warmth in your chest as you speak gently. Smell the air of the room you are in. Taste the ease in your mouth as you breathe slowly. The more sensory detail you include, the more the nervous system accepts the image as real. This is the difference between vague wishing and powerful training. One useful practice is the sanctuary visualization. Imagine a place of complete safety. It might be a forest glade, a mountain temple, a quiet room filled with soft light. Furnish it with details, textures, colors, sounds, until it feels alive. Each time anxiety stirs, close your eyes and step into this sanctuary. With practice, the body learns to associate this place with calm, and soon, even imagining its doorway can soothe the nervous system. Another form is rehearsal visualization. If you fear an upcoming interview or presentation, don't focus on the outcome alone. Instead, walk through the experience in your mind. Picture yourself entering with confidence, greeting others warmly, breathing steadily as you speak. Let your body rehearse calmness so that, when the moment arrives, you are not entering unprepared, but recalling a performance already practiced. Transformation visualization goes deeper. Instead of imagining isolated moments of calm, you begin to see yourself as a person whose very identity is rooted in steadiness. You imagine not just giving a talk, but living daily life with grace, walking, speaking, relating to others with natural calm. Gradually, this identity begins to take root, and you stop seeing yourself as an anxious person trying to be calm, and begin to see yourself as a calm person who sometimes experiences anxiety. That shift is profound. Reverse visualization is another paradoxical tool. Here, you imagine the worst-case scenario, but you see yourself meeting it with wisdom. Suppose you lose the job, stumble in public, or receive rejection. Instead of collapsing in fear, you visualize yourself breathing, regaining perspective, and handling it with dignity. This removes the sting of the unknown and shows your mind that even if things go wrong, you are still capable of peace. Fear loses much of its grip when you see that disaster does not mean destruction. Energy visualization takes the practice further into the body. As you imagine calmness, notice sensations of expansion and flow. Perhaps warmth spreads through your chest, or a soft vibration hums in your belly. Direct this calm energy into areas that often hold tension: shoulders, jaw, stomach. In this way, you are not only imagining calm, but embodying it, retraining the body itself to hold peace. Timeline visualization can be deeply healing. Picture your life as a long thread, stretching behind and before you. Walk backward in your mind to younger versions of yourself: the child who was afraid, the teenager who felt alone, the adult who carried heavy burdens. Visit them with compassion. Offer them comfort, wisdom, and the reassurance they longed for. Then watch this healing ripple forward through your timeline, softening the grip of past pain on your present. You may also work with archetypes. Visualize yourself as a wise elder, calm after decades of storms, offering presence and perspective. Or imagine yourself as a peaceful warrior, strong yet compassionate, facing challenges with courage. These archetypes draw upon universal energies within the collective mind, awakening qualities that already exist within you but may lie dormant. Environmental visualization works by placing yourself in spaces of serenity. Imagine walking in a quiet bamboo forest, each step grounding you deeper. See yourself beside a still lake, the surface reflecting the peace within. Feel yourself resting in a warm room, soft light surrounding you. When the mind is restless, such imagery reminds it of the possibility of ease. On the cellular level, visualization can be even more intimate. Imagine calm spreading into every cell of your body. Picture stress hormones dissolving, replaced by chemicals of peace and healing. See your DNA glowing with patterns of resilience, while symbolic. Such imagery communicates directly with the nervous system, reinforcing the message of safety and balance. Affirmations can strengthen this practice. As you visualize, repeat words that feel authentic. Peace is my natural state. I can meet life with calm. I am steady and centered. When paired with vivid imagery, these phrases become more than words. They are imprinted as living truths in your nervous system. Visualization is not a substitute for action, but it prepares the ground for action. Just as athletes rehearse movements in the mind before performing them, you rehearse calmness until it becomes natural. Each session is a rehearsal for living with less fear and more trust. Buddhism teaches that the mind creates reality. When you cultivate wholesome images and plant seeds of peace, you are not escaping life. You are training yourself to meet it more wisely. Visualization, when practiced with sincerity and detail, becomes a quiet revolution inside the mind, slowly rewiring fear into calm, anxiety into presence, and hesitation into courage. To understand anxiety at its root, one must turn toward the body. For anxiety does not live only in thoughts. It pulses through nerves, quickens the heartbeat, dries the mouth, and tightens the chest. The nervous system is the great conductor of this symphony, and when its rhythm falls out of balance, the whole being quivers. Learning to regulate the nervous system is perhaps the most profound skill a person can cultivate, for it is here, at the source, that calm can be restored. The autonomic nervous system operates beneath awareness, constantly scanning for threat or safety. It has two primary branches: the sympathetic, which accelerates, preparing you to fight or flee, and the parasympathetic, which slows, allowing you to rest, digest, and heal. Anxiety arises when the sympathetic system stays stuck in overdrive, as though the accelerator of a car has been pressed without pause. To regain balance, one must learn how to activate the parasympathetic, the inner brake that reminds the body it is safe. Modern understanding of polyvagal theory offers an even richer map. It shows that the nervous system does not simply switch between on and off, fight and rest. Instead, there are three distinct states. The ventral vagal state is the zone of safety and connection. In this state, you feel calm, open, able to engage with life. The sympathetic state is mobilization, heart racing, body preparing for action. And the dorsal vagal state is shutdown, numbness, disconnection, collapse. Anxiety often traps people between sympathetic overdrive and dorsal shutdown, rarely allowing them to return to the steady ventral state where clarity and peace reside. The key to mastery is learning to intentionally stimulate the vagus nerve, the great pathway that connects brain, heart, lungs, and gut. This nerve acts like a bridge between mind and body. When soothed, it signals safety to the whole system. When ignored, the body remains caught in cycles of tension and fear. Breath is the most immediate tool, for it is both automatic and voluntary. Shallow, rapid breaths signal danger, but slow, deep, diaphragmatic breathing whispers safety. Each long exhale is a message you are not in peril. You can rest now. One particularly effective method is the physiological sigh. You take a full inhale, then add a smaller second inhale on top of it, and then release with a long, slow exhale. This pattern mimics the body's natural way of resetting during stress and quickly shifts the nervous system back toward calm. Practiced even for a few cycles, it can soften the grip of panic, heart rate variability. The subtle shifting rhythm of the heartbeat is another sign of nervous system health. When you are anxious, the heart pounds rigidly. When you are balanced, the heart adapts fluidly, syncing with the breath. Practicing coherent breathing, about 5 steady breaths per minute, can restore this rhythm. Each inhalation lifts the heart rate. Each exhalation lowers it, creating a gentle wave that nourishes body and mind alike. Temperature also plays a role. Cold exposure, splashing cool water on the face, stepping briefly into a cold shower, activates the vagus nerve and strengthens resilience. Paradoxically, warmth has the opposite yet equally soothing effect. A warm bath, a heated compress, or even the simple gesture of placing warm hands over the chest invites relaxation. These extremes remind the nervous system of its flexibility, teaching it that it can shift between states with grace. Movement is essential too. When the sympathetic system has been triggered, stress hormones flood the body. Without release, they linger, amplifying unease. Gentle shaking of the limbs, stretching, walking outdoors, or dancing to slow music allows the body to discharge this trapped energy. You are not just exercising muscles, you are completing the ancient cycle of fight or flight, telling the body the danger has passed. Sound and vibration are also pathways. Humming softly, chanting, or singing activates the vagus nerve, the vibrations massaging it from within. Monks have long known this, their chants echoing not just in temples, but in the nervous system of each chanter. Even listening to certain tones or music can guide the system toward balance. Touch grounds the nervous system. A hand placed gently on the heart, the weight of a blanket over the body, or the embrace of a trusted person can signal profound safety. Mammals, including humans, are wired for co-regulation, which means that nervous systems synchronize. To sit near someone calm is to borrow their state, just as being near someone anxious can unsettle. Choosing who surrounds you becomes a form of nervous system hygiene. The concept of the window of tolerance describes the zone where your system can process emotions without overwhelm or collapse. Learning to recognize when you are drifting outside this window is critical. Early signals: shallow breath, restless thoughts, clenched jaw are invitations to intervene gently before panic or shutdown takes hold. Technique like grounding, breath, or gentle movement can bring you back into this window of safety. Progressive muscle relaxation works in much the same way. By tensing and then releasing each muscle group, you remind the body of the difference between contraction and ease. The practice is simple. Start at the toes. Hold tension for a few seconds. Then release. Move upward through the body until every part has felt the contrast. This method not only loosens muscles, but reassures the nervous system that it is allowed to soften. Awareness itself is one of the greatest tools. Tracking your nervous system throughout the day, pausing to notice breath, heart rate, posture gives you the power to intervene with kindness. Instead of being swept away, you become a compassionate witness, guiding your body back to balance. Ultimately, nervous system regulation is about safety. Anxiety thrives in an inner world that feels unsafe. Even when the outer world is not threatening, each practice, breath, movement, sound, touch is a way of telling the body, you are safe now. You can rest. When repeated with patience, these signals create new patterns. The accelerator is released. The brake is engaged. The body remembers how to return home to calm. In Buddhism, the body is not separate from the mind. They are two sides of one experience. To calm the body is to calm the mind. To soothe the mind is to soothe the body. Nervous system regulation is thus not only a scientific practice, but also a spiritual one. A way of embodying compassion toward yourself. moment by moment. The dialogue that unfolds inside your own mind can be either a gentle companion or a relentless critic. For many people, anxiety is not only fueled by external events, but amplified by the constant stream of fearful commentary running within. This inner conversation often speaks in tones of doubt, alarm, and judgment. It repeats old voices, perhaps a parent's worry, a teacher's criticism, or society's expectations, until they seem like your own. But once you learn to recognize this dialogue as optional, not absolute, you begin to take back power from the anxious mind. Most anxious inner voices circle around three themes: catastrophizing about the future, ruminating on the past, and criticizing the self in the present. What if I fail? Why did I make that mistake? What is wrong with me? These questions sound familiar, but they are not inquiries. They are habits. They keep the mind focused on danger, repeating a cycle of unrest. The first step toward mastery is awareness. Simply noticing the voice, hearing the words it repeats, creates space. In that space, choice arises. The Buddha often spoke of thoughts as visitors. Some are kind, others troubling, but none of them are the essence of who you are. You are the host, the awareness itself, not the guests that come and go. When you recognize this, you stop identifying so strongly with every fearful phrase. Instead of, "I am a failure," you can say, "I am noticing the thought of failure." This subtle shift creates distance, loosening anxiety's hold. Once you are aware, you can begin to redirect. The quality of questions you ask yourself matters deeply. Anxious questions are disempowering, focusing on problems and threats. Wise questions invite growth and possibility. Instead of asking, "Why does this always happen to me?" you might ask, "What can I learn from this?" Instead of, "What if it doesn't work out?" you might ask, "How can I prepare wisely and then trust the rest?" These small changes turn the inner voice into an ally rather than an enemy. Compassionate self-talk is essential. Many speak to themselves in ways they would never speak to a friend. Harsh words drain strength, increase tension, and erode resilience. Kind words, on the other hand, create safety within. When you tell yourself, "This is hard, but I am doing my best," or "It is okay to feel anxious, I can still move forward," you soothe the nervous system. Compassion does not excuse you from growth. It empowers growth by giving you the support you need to try again. Conscious self-talk does not mean pretending everything is fine. It means choosing thoughts that are both true and helpful. Instead of, "I can't handle this," you might say, "This is challenging, but I have resources, and I can learn as I go." This balance of honesty and encouragement makes the words believable to the deeper mind. Over time, such chosen phrases rewire the inner dialogue into one of wisdom and trust. Reframing also plays a role. Anxiety tends to interpret ambiguity as danger. If a friend does not respond to a message, the anxious mind assumes rejection. Reframing asks you to consider alternative explanations. Perhaps they are busy, or perhaps they didn't see it. By opening the frame, you invite perspective. You remind yourself that reality is rarely as dire as the anxious voice insists. The inner critic often takes center stage, pointing out flaws and mistakes. But this critic, too, has roots in protection. It developed to prevent embarrassment or failure. Thinking harshness would make you improve. You can thank it for its intention, but explain that its methods are no longer needed. Instead, cultivate an inner mentor, a voice of wisdom and compassion. Like a kind teacher or elder, this voice speaks, not in panic, but in perspective. You have been through challenges before. You will find a way again. Sometimes, the anxious voice spins endlessly, looping the same fears. In such moments, thought-stopping techniques can be useful. Imagine a red stop sign. Say the word, stop firmly in your mind, and then redirect to a grounding activity, listening to sounds, touching the earth beneath your feet, or focusing on the breath. The point is not to suppress thoughts forever, but to interrupt unhelpful cycles so that space opens for wiser thoughts to enter. Internal boundaries are as important as external ones. Just as you might decline requests that exhaust you, you can decline thoughts that harm you. Not every thought deserves attention. Not every mental suggestion must be followed. By practicing this discernment, you reclaim authority over your own mind. Mental rehearsal is another skill. Instead of rehearsing disaster, you rehearse success. If anxiety imagines everything going wrong, consciously imagine everything going well. See yourself calm, steady, handling challenges with grace. This mental rehearsal programs the nervous system toward peace, reducing the shock when the real moment arrives. Gratitude also reshapes inner dialogue. By regularly noting what is working, what is supportive, and what is beautiful in your life, you train the mind to balance its attention. This does not deny problems, but it prevents anxiety from consuming the whole view. Each statement of gratitude is like a lantern lit in a dark room. Affirmations can help if they feel authentic, rather than exaggerated claims that the mind rejects. Choose phrases that acknowledge growth. I am learning to meet challenges calmly. I am becoming steadier each day. Over time, these affirmations weave into identity, softening the anxious self-image into one of resilience. Imagine yourself as your own cheerleader. Offer encouragement as a coach would, recognizing effort, celebrating progress, and reminding you of your capacity. When setbacks occur, say, "This is part of the process. Keep going." Over time, this supportive inner voice becomes second nature, always available to guide you back to balance. In Buddhism, the practice of right speech extends inward. Just as we are mindful not to harm others with harsh words, we are called to notice how we speak to ourselves. The voice within becomes an instrument of either suffering or liberation. By cultivating an inner dialogue of compassion, perspective, and trust, you reshape not only your thoughts but also the very atmosphere of your being. When you master the conversation within, you are no longer at the mercy of old echoes or anxious predictions. You become the wise host, welcoming thoughts, but choosing which to entertain. Anxiety may still knock, but your inner dialogue can answer with calm, reminding you that you are steady, that you are capable, and that peace is always available when you return to the present moment. Temporary relief is comforting, but it is not transformation. A breathing exercise may soothe you for a few minutes. A distraction may carry you through an anxious evening. Yet, if the deeper patterns of the mind remain unchanged, the same fears will return. Lasting transformation requires something more profound, a shift in your relationship with anxiety itself. It is not about erasing it, nor fighting it, but about seeing it clearly, working with it, and ultimately loosening its grip until peace becomes your natural state. The first step is reimagining anxiety not as an enemy, but as a misguided protector. The anxious part of you developed to keep you safe. It scans for danger, predicts worst outcomes, and urges you to prepare. It means, well, the problem is that its methods are outdated, like a guard dog barking at every shadow. When you recognize anxiety as an overzealous protector rather than a flaw, you can approach it with compassion. Instead of saying, "Go away, I hate you," you can say, "Thank you for trying to help, but I no longer need this alarm so loud." This shift in tone softens resistance and makes space for healing. Identity plays a crucial role in transformation. If you see yourself as an anxious person, you will unconsciously live in ways that confirm this identity. Every nervous thought feels inevitable because it fits the story you tell about yourself. But if you begin to see yourself differently as someone learning to master the inner world, as someone cultivating calm, you align with new patterns. You no longer rehearse anxiety, you rehearse peace. Identity is powerful because it guides action without effort. To change who you believe you are is to change the life you create. This transformation also requires healing old wounds. Many anxious responses were born in moments when vigilance was necessary, perhaps in childhood, perhaps during trauma. The body remembers. Even if the danger has passed, the nervous system stays on guard. Lasting change comes when you acknowledge these roots, honor the ways they once protected you, and then gently release them. In Buddhist practice, this is like offering compassion to your inner child, holding the younger self with kindness, telling them that they are safe now. Healing the past frees the present. Reparenting is one way to do this. Become the voice your younger self longed to hear. When you feel anxious, instead of berating yourself, speak as a loving parent would, "I am here. I will protect you. You are safe with me." This self-nurturing creates inner safety and dissolves the critical voices that fuel fear. Over time, the mind learns that it no longer needs to panic for attention. It already has care. The environment you live in shapes your nervous system as much as your thoughts. A cluttered, chaotic space feeds anxiety. A calm, ordered space supports peace. Consider what you allow into your environment, not only objects but also people, media, and information. Surround yourself with voices and images that nourish steadiness rather than provoke fear. Choose companions who embody calm. Limit exposure to constant alarms from news or social media. The external world becomes part of your inner training ground, either strengthening anxiety or easing it. Somatic practices deepen transformation by working through the body, where much of anxiety hides. Yoga, Tai Chi, mindful walking, or even gentle stretching remind the body of its natural rhythm. Each movement teaches the nervous system that it can shift from tension to release, from holding to letting go. These practices bypass endless thinking and speak directly to the cells, rewriting the memory of fear into the memory of peace. Spiritual development often accompanies this change. Anxiety thrives when life feels random and meaningless. When you connect to something larger, whether through faith, nature, or a sense of universal compassion, you draw strength from beyond your individual fears. In Buddhism, this is the refuge in the Dharma, the recognition that life has a deeper rhythm, that suffering has a path toward liberation. With such perspective, even fear is softened, placed within the vastness of existence where nothing is permanent. Consistency is more important than intensity. Many believe they must practice perfectly to overcome anxiety. But transformation grows through small, steady acts. Each time you pause to breathe, each time you respond with kindness instead of panic, you are rewiring your brain. Neuroplasticity ensures that even tiny repetitions accumulate over weeks, months, and years. They become a new default. Calm stops being something you chase and becomes the ground you stand on. Metacognitive awareness, the ability to observe your thoughts as patterns, strengthens this shift. You learn to see not only the content of anxious thoughts, but also the process that produces them. You notice triggers, habits, and cycles. With awareness comes choice. You are no longer swept away unconsciously. You intervene wisely. Instead of reacting, you respond. Rituals and routines help anchor these changes. Morning practices such as breathing, journaling, or meditation set a calm tone for the day. Evening rituals like gratitude reflection, gentle movement, or reading words of wisdom prepare the nervous system for rest. Weekly or monthly practices of silence, retreat, or connection with community renew your strength. These rhythms become like a trellis that supports the growing vine of peace. The practice of conscious choice-making deepens transformation. Each day you ask, is this choice driven by anxiety or by wisdom? Anxiety-driven choices avoid discomfort, seek approval, or cling to control. Wisdom-driven choices follow values, invite growth, and accept uncertainty. By making even small decisions from wisdom, you strengthen the self that is calm, steady, and authentic. Over time, you develop what could be called wisdom reserves. Just as the body stores nutrients, the heart stores insight. Each lesson learned, each perspective gained, becomes available in future challenges. When new fears arise, you draw from this reservoir of remembered resilience. You say, I have been afraid before, and I endured. I have been tested before, and I learned. I can trust this process again. True transformation is not about never feeling anxious again. It is about changing your relationship with anxiety so thoroughly that, when it comes, it no longer defines you. It is like a cloud drifting across the sky of awareness. You see it, acknowledge it, but you know the sky is vast and cannot be shaken by passing weather. The final stage of transformation comes when you not only free yourself, but naturally become a source of calm for others. Without trying, your presence reassures. Your steadiness ripples outward. This is the quiet gift of transformation. Peace becomes contagious. Just as the anxious mind can unsettle a room, the calm mind can soothe it. By mastering your inner world, you serve the world around you. Lasting transformation, then, is not the absence of fear, but the presence of wisdom. It is not the elimination of anxiety, but the ability to meet it with grace. It is the shift from seeing yourself as broken to seeing yourself as whole. From resisting life to cooperating with it. From surviving moment to moment to living fully with awareness and trust. This is the true healing, the peace that does not fade. There comes a point in the journey where the deepest form of healing is not found in techniques or even in philosophy, but in authenticity. Much of anxiety's grip lies in the exhausting effort of pretending to be who you think others expect. Pretending to feel fine when you are struggling. Pretending to be strong when you are tired. Living behind a mask creates constant inner conflict. And that conflict manifests as restlessness, unease, and fear of being discovered. The path toward peace begins when you allow yourself to live as you truly are. Authenticity does not mean recklessness. It is not blurting out every thought or acting on every impulse. True authenticity is alignment, the outer expression of who you are, matching the inner truth of what you feel. When words, actions, and values move in the same direction, tension dissolves. The nervous system relaxes because it no longer has to hold the strain of performance. What you show the world is no longer a disguise, but a reflection. Most people construct a false self early in life. As children, you learned which parts of yourself were rewarded and which were criticized. You emphasized what earned approval and hid what provoked disapproval. This was survival. Perhaps you became the pleaser, always agreeable, or the perfectionist, hiding vulnerability behind flawless presentation, or the chameleon, shifting identity depending on who was in the room. These patterns served once, but became cages later. Carrying them into adulthood means constantly translating yourself into languages that are not your own. Eventually, you forget your native tongue. The cost of these masks is enormous. They require vigilance, as if an actor must stay in character without pause. Anxiety grows from this vigilance, the fear that one slip will reveal the truth. Yet the truth is not shameful. It is simply unexpressed. To reclaim authenticity is to remember who you were before you learned to be someone else. The process often begins with small experiments. Speak your opinion in a moment where you would usually stay silent. Wear something that expresses your own style rather than what is expected. Admit when you do not know something instead of pretending competence. These experiments feel risky at first, but they are opportunities for liberation. The anxious surge you feel before being authentic is not proof of danger. It is the trembling of the mask loosening. Each time you dare to be genuine, you reclaim a piece of yourself. Fear of rejection is the strongest barrier to authenticity. You fear that if others see the real you, they may turn away. But living inauthentically is itself a rejection, rejecting yourself every day for the sake of belonging. The irony is that when you abandon yourself, you can never feel truly accepted, because the acceptance is directed at the mask, not at you. Real peace comes only when you allow the world to respond to your true nature, even if some do not resonate. Buddhist teaching offers a profound perspective here. The Buddha spoke of non-self, the understanding that the fixed identity we cling to is an illusion. In a sense, authenticity is not about constructing a true self, but about removing what is false. When the masks fall, what remains is openness, fluidity, a natural expression that shifts with life without pretense. You become genuine, not because you hold tightly to who you think you are, but because you stop resisting what you are in each moment. Living authentically requires boundaries. Without them, your true self will be drowned out by the demands of others. Boundaries are not walls, but gentle edges, guiding where you end and another begins. By saying no to what does not align with your values, you say yes to your own well-being. Anxiety thrives where boundaries are absent, because you are constantly pulled in directions that do not match your nature. Boundaries protect your authenticity, allowing it to grow. Self-acceptance is the foundation. You cannot show the world what you refuse to accept in yourself. Many hide parts of their nature: sensitivity, ambition, creativity, vulnerability, because they were once judged for them. But those hidden aspects hold treasures. To accept them is to reclaim your wholeness, even the shadow parts. Those you have denied or feared must be welcomed with compassion. Integration brings strength. Rejection breeds anxiety. Authenticity also means allowing the full range of emotions. Many were taught to suppress anger, sadness, or even joy, believing some feelings unacceptable. But suppression requiert constante tension. True authenticity is not indulgence, but honesty. To say, "I feel sadness now," or "I am excited by this," without shame, is to live in truth. When emotions are honored and expressed constructively, they no longer fester as anxiety. This journey often requires courage to disappoint others. When you choose authenticity, you will not always meet expectations. Some may criticize or withdraw. This is painful but necessary. To live authentically means recognizing that you cannot please everyone and still be true. The reward is that the people and opportunities who remain are those aligned with who you really are. The relationships that emerge are deeper because they are based on truth, not performance. Communication becomes clearer in this state. Instead of hiding needs behind hints or resentment, you can speak directly with respect. "I need rest tonight," or "This is important to me." Such honesty may invite conflict, but conflict born of authenticity is often healthier than peace built on silence. It allows true understanding, and over time, deeper trust. Authentic living also asks you to listen inwardly. Decisions guided only by intellect or external pressure often betray your deeper wisdom. When you quiet the anxious voice and the voices of conditioning, you find a softer inner voice that feels calm and steady, even if its suggestions are difficult. This is the voice of authenticity. Following it creates a natural alignment where your thoughts, emotions, and actions move as one. Anxiety decreases because the inner split has healed. There may be grief on this path, grief for the years spent hiding, grief for the moments when fear silenced you. This grief is part of healing. It honors the reality of what was lost, but also clears space for what can now be found. Beneath the grief is relief, the freedom of no longer pretending. Ultimately, authenticity is not something you must create. It is something already present, waiting to be revealed. You do not have to build your true self. You have to stop hiding it. The peace you have been chasing comes when you release the exhausting effort of performance. Anxiety loses its foothold because there is nothing left to guard, no mask to protect. When you live authentically, your presence changes. Others sense your ease. You no longer radiate the subtle tension of someone trying to control impressions. Instead, you radiate quiet confidence, not from perfection, but from alignment. This presence is magnetic, not because it tries to be, but because it feels real. Living as your authentic self is both the resolution of anxiety and the beginning of deeper freedom. It is the courage to be who you are, the wisdom to let go of who you are not, and the compassion to accept every part of yourself along the way. In this alignment, peace arises naturally, not as something achieved, but as something remembered. Authenticity is not a fixed destination where one day you declare, "Now I am fully myself." It is a living practice, unfolding moment by moment. Each day presents opportunities to choose honesty over performance, alignment over pretense, presence over avoidance. Sometimes you succeed, and sometimes you slip back into old patterns. That is natural. What matters is the direction you are leaning toward truth, toward wholeness, toward the quiet strength of being genuine. One of the most liberating insights in Buddhism is the understanding of impermanence. All things change. Anxiety thrives on the illusion of permanence, whispering that your fear will last forever, that your flaws are fixed, that the judgments of others define you. But when you see life as flowing, you realize that even identity shifts like a river. Who you were yesterday is not who you are today. Who you are today is not who you will be tomorrow. Authenticity means allowing yourself to evolve rather than clinging to masks that no longer fit. Consider the lotus flower. It grows from the mud, yet it blossoms pure and radiant above the water. Authentic living is similar. It does not mean you never struggled or never wore masks. It means you rise from those struggles, carrying the lessons, but no longer hiding in the mud. Anxiety fades because you no longer fear being seen. You know that what you are showing is real. This authenticity is not loud. It does not need to announce itself. It is quiet, like a steady flame that does not flicker in every gust of wind. When you are authentic, you conserve energy, once wasted on impression management. You can use that energy to create, to love, to rest, to live. You breathe more freely because you are not holding your breath, waiting for exposure. Yet the journey requires patience. For years, perhaps decades, you may have trained yourself to perform. It takes time to unlearn. Some days you will feel brave, daring to show your true self in relationships, work, or expression. Other days you may retreat, feeling the old fear of rejection. Do not judge yourself harshly for these retreats. See them as part of the path, like a wave that recedes before returning stronger. Each attempt at authenticity builds capacity for the next. Boundaries remain vital here. Without them, authenticity is easily drowned out by external pressures. If you always adjust to please, your truth becomes blurred. But when you learn to say no gently yet firmly, you create the space where your real voice can emerge. Boundaries protect not only your time and energy, but also your identity. They allow you to stand in who you are without being swept into roles imposed by others. The practice of mindfulness strengthens authenticity. By observing thoughts and emotions without judgment, you learn to distinguish between the conditioned voices of fear and the deeper voice of wisdom. You notice when you are about to act from people-pleasing or perfectionism with awareness. You can pause, breathe, and choose differently. Authenticity is born in those pauses. In those moments where awareness interrupts automatic patterns, self-compassion is another foundation. Authentic living often brings mistakes, vulnerability, and even disapproval. Without compassion, you will retreat back into masks at the first sign of discomfort. But with compassion, you can say, "It is okay to be imperfect. It is okay to be misunderstood. I am still worthy as I am." Compassion cushions the risks of authenticity, making it safe enough to continue. There will also be grief. As mentioned before, grief for lost years, for the silence of suppressed creativity, for relationships built on performance rather than truth. Allow this grief to flow. It is a cleansing river that clears away the weight of the past. Beneath it lies relief, the relief of no longer carrying a role that was never truly yours. Authenticity brings clarity to relationships. Some connections will deepen when you show your true self. Others may fall away. This can feel painful but is ultimately liberating. Those who remain will be those who love you for who you are, not for the mask you wore. This is intimacy being known fully and still accepted. Anxiety weakens in such connections because you no longer live in fear of discovery. You are already discovered, and you are safe. In Buddhist practice, this is related to the teaching of right livelihood and right speech. To live authentically means choosing work, words, and actions that reflect truth and compassion. It means not betraying your heart for the sake of approval or profit. It means aligning your outer life with your inner values. When this alignment is present, there is less room for anxiety to thrive. The nervous system relaxes when it senses coherence between inner and outer worlds. Decision-making also shifts. Instead of analyzing endlessly what will gain approval or prevent criticism, you begin to listen inwardly. The authentic voice feels calm and steady. Even when it suggests difficult choices, it says, "This is right for me," without panic or urgency. Acting from this place may feel unfamiliar, but it creates deep peace because you know you are living in integrity. The courage to disappoint others grows here. Authenticity inevitably conflicts with external expectations at times. To be true, you must sometimes say no, decline roles, or walk away from paths that others wanted for you. This is not cruelty, it is honesty. It is recognizing that betraying yourself is the deepest form of unkindness. Each time you honor your truth, despite disappointment, you strengthen the roots of your authentic self. Eventually, you discover that authenticity is not only for your sake, but for the sake of others as well. When you live authentically, you give silent permission for others to do the same. Your presence tells them, it is safe to be real. This is perhaps one of the most healing gifts you can offer. Anxiety is contagious, but so is authenticity. A calm, genuine presence spreads peace just as surely as a frantic, false one spreads tension. The peace of authenticity is subtle but enduring. It does not come from controlling life or eliminating fear. It comes from alignment, from no longer being split between the self you are and the self you present. That split was the breeding ground of anxiety. When it heals, the restless energy dissolves. What remains is a quiet, steady strength, the kind that does not need to prove itself. Authenticity is remembering what you already are beneath conditioning. It is returning to your natural state, like water, finding its way back to the sea. It is the discovery that you were never broken, only hidden. And once revealed, your true self becomes a source of peace, not just for you, but for everyone around you. Living authentically requires a deeper kind of courage, the courage to look inward with honesty and see not only the parts you are proud of, but also the ones you have hidden away. Many people carry shadows, the rejected fragments of self they believed unworthy of love or acceptance. Perhaps you were told as a child that you were too sensitive, so you buried your tears. Perhaps you were told ambition was arrogance, so you silenced your dreams. Each suppression became part of the mask. Anxiety thrives in these buried places because what is denied still demands energy to keep hidden. The Buddhist path invites you not to deny, but to embrace. Just as the lotus grows from mud, peace grows when you acknowledge the messy, the painful, and the unpolished. In Zen stories, monks often spoke of enlightenment not as escaping imperfection, but as seeing imperfection with clear eyes. One teacher held up a cracked cup and said, "This too is perfect, for its cracks tell its story." In the same way, your authentic self includes scars, flaws, and contradictions. When you stop rejecting them, They no longer fester as anxiety, but integrate into the wholeness of who you are. Authenticity is also an ongoing dialogue between self and world. You are not meant to be rigidly the same in every moment. Life is dynamic, and authenticity flows with it. Sometimes, authenticity means speaking boldly. Other times, it means remaining silent. Sometimes it is solitude. Other times it is connection. What matters is that the choice comes from truth rather than fear. Fear asks, "What will they think?" Truth asks, "What feels real to me right now?" To practice authenticity, you may begin with simple awareness. Notice the moments when you laugh though you don't find something funny. When you say yes, though your body says no. When you stay silent, though your heart longs to speak. These are clues to where anxiety has replaced authenticity. Instead of judging, simply observe. Over time, awareness creates the space for new choices. One day, you may allow yourself to decline politely, or to remain quiet when others laugh, or to voice your real opinion. Each choice becomes a thread in the fabric of a more genuine life. Relationships transform through this practice. When you show your authentic self, you discover which connections are true. Some may drift away, revealing they were tied to your mask rather than your essence. This can be painful, but it makes room for deeper bonds. Authentic relationships may be fewer, but they are richer. They carry less tension because you are not constantly monitoring your performance. They are founded on trust, the trust that you can be seen fully and still be loved. Anxiety often arises from trying to control the perception of others. You analyze every word, every gesture, every silence, wondering if you were acceptable. Authenticity dissolves this torment by refusing the game. You no longer chase approval because you are anchored in self-acceptance. You recognize that others' opinions are reflections of their own perspectives, not definitions of your worth. As Lao Tzu wrote, "Care about people's approval, and you will be their prisoner." Authenticity frees you from that prison. The practice of authentic communication is especially powerful. Instead of hiding behind vague phrases or unspoken resentment, you speak with clarity and kindness. You might say, "I need some rest tonight," instead of inventing an excuse. Or, "I feel hurt by those words," instead of withdrawing in silence. At first, this honesty may feel terrifying, but over time, it becomes liberating. You discover that even when conflict arises, it can be navigated with respect. And that clarity often deepens trust more than avoidance ever could. Yet, authenticity does not mean selfishness. It includes compassion. When you are genuine, you do not impose your truth on others or disregard their needs. Instead, you express yourself while respecting the space of others to do the same. Authenticity becomes a dialogue, a dance where both partners bring their real selves without domination or fear. This balance requires humility, the willingness to admit when you are wrong and to listen when another's truth differs from yours. The inner work of authenticity is supported by practices of stillness, Meditation helps you notice the layers of conditioning, the endless chatter of what you should do, should be, should achieve. In silence, these voices reveal themselves, and beneath them, you hear the softer voice of authenticity. This voice is not urgent, not panicked. It is calm, steady, and often surprising. It may whisper a dream you buried years ago, or a truth you denied. With practice, you learn to trust it more than the clamoring of fear. Authenticity also asks you to honor your unique rhythms. In a culture that idolizes speed and productivity, you may have forced yourself into patterns that do not suit your nature. Perhaps your creativity flows at night, or your energy thrives in cycles of intensity and rest. When you ignore these rhythms, anxiety grows. When you honor them, peace returns. The Buddha taught the middle way, not extremes of indulgence or denial, but balance. Authenticity is your middle way, the balance that is true for you, not imposed by society's pace. There is also a spiritual dimension. When you live authentically, you align not just with yourself, but with the flow of life itself. You stop resisting your nature, and in doing so, you stop resisting reality. This surrender is not passive. It is active participation in life as it is, not as you pretend it to be. In Zen, there is a phrase: when walking, walk. When eating, eat. Authenticity is the same. It is allowing each moment to be what it is, and allowing yourself to be who you are within it. The journey will bring resistance. The false self, built over years, will not dissolve quietly. It will whisper, "This is dangerous." You will be judged. You will lose everything. When these fears arise, meet them with compassion. They are echoes of the past, the voices that once protected you. Thank them, but do not obey them. Each act of authenticity teaches the nervous system that safety now lies in truth, not in hiding. Gradually, a shift occurs. Anxiety, once constant, becomes occasional. When it does appear, it no longer terrifies you. You see it as a reminder to check in. Am I being real? Am I aligned? Anxiety becomes less a monster and more a messenger. And each time you listen, you return to peace more quickly. To live authentically is to live lightly. You no longer carry the heavy armor of pretense. You no longer expend energy managing masks. You walk with the simplicity of someone who trusts their own being. This simplicity radiates outward, calming those around you, just as a tree stands rooted without effort, offering shade without demand. You too become a source of quiet presence. The final realization is that authenticity is not only your freedom but your gift. When you show up real, you give others permission to do the same. When you no longer play roles, you invite honesty in return. Your courage ripples outward, softening anxiety, not just within yourself but within your community. In this way, authenticity becomes a form of service, a way of reducing suffering in the world. There is a deep quiet that comes when the long struggle of pretending ends. It is not dramatic or sudden, but rather like the slow lifting of fog on a morning lake. At first, you notice glimpses of clarity, a moment of speaking honestly without fear, a breath taken fully, without apology, a connection felt without performance. Then, gradually, the fog of anxiety dissolves, and you realize that peace was never something to be created. It was always there, waiting beneath the noise of self-doubt and pretense. This is the gift of living authentically. It is not the promise of a life without pain, reaction, or difficulty. Challenges will come, as they always do. People may still misunderstand you. Outcomes may still turn against your plans. But what changes is the foundation on which you stand. Instead of balancing on fragile masks that crack under pressure, you stand rooted in truth. You know who you are, and from that knowledge arises an unshakable calm. Buddhist wisdom calls this refuge, not refuge in something external, but refuge in your own awakened nature. Anxiety cannot dominate when you remember that the ground of your being is steady, regardless of external storms. The Buddha once said, "Be a lamp unto yourself." To live authentically is to carry that lamp, illuminating your path from within rather than begging for light from others. This inner lamp changes the way you experience fear. Fear once felt like a predator, chasing you endlessly. Now it feels more like a signal, pointing toward places where growth is possible. You no longer interpret fear as a verdict on your weakness, but as a reminder of your humanity. Fear whispers, "You are alive. You care. You are about to step into something meaningful." With authenticity, fear loses its sharpness because it no longer threatens your identity. Relationships deepen as well. You begin to see that authenticity is the soil in which love can grow. When you no longer hide, intimacy becomes possible. Others may still choose distance, but those who remain connect with you in a way that is nourishing rather than draining. And in turn, you extend the same acceptance, realizing that their authenticity may not mirror your preferences, but it deserves respect nonetheless. Even solitude transforms. For many, loneliness fuels anxiety, the fear of not being enough without others to validate you. But when you are authentic, solitude becomes companionship with yourself. Silence is no longer empty, it is full of presence. You can rest in your own company without restlessness, because you are no longer divided against yourself. Solitude becomes a practice of homecoming. This homecoming carries into every corner of life. Work becomes less about proving worth and more about expressing gifts. Conversations become less about performing and more about sharing. Even challenges become less about survival and more about learning. Life itself feels lighter, not because circumstances changed, but because the constant burden of self-judgment has lifted. In Zen tradition, there is a saying, "When walking, walk. When sitting, sit. Above all, don't wobble." Authenticity removes the wobbling. You walk fully. You sit fully. You live fully, without leaning constantly toward the approval of others or away from the fear of rejection. This steadiness is the heart of peace. Of course, the practice is never finished. Authenticity is not a final state, but an ongoing unfolding. There will be days when you slip back into old habits, when fear tempts you to hide, or when anxiety resurfaces with familiar urgency. But even in those moments, you will find you no longer panic. You see the pattern, smile gently at its persistence, and return to yourself more easily. Each return strengthens your trust that peace is always accessible. And with time, you notice something beautiful. You begin to inspire others without effort or preaching. Your presence becomes a kind of teaching. Friends feel calmer around you. Strangers sense your ease. Family members find courage to be more honest. This is the ripple of authenticity. It does not stay contained but moves outward, softening the anxiety of the world in quiet ways. This is perhaps the greatest healing of all. For anxiety is not only personal, it is collective. We live in a culture of performance, where many feel pressured to hide their struggles, wear masks of success, and chase approval. By daring to live authentically, you disrupt that cycle. You remind others that they too can rest, breathe, and be real. In this way, authenticity becomes a form of compassion, a gift offered to the collective heart. As this journey closes, reflect on the path you have walked. From the turbulence of anxiety to the clarity of understanding, from the prison of perfectionism to the freedom of authenticity, you have seen that peace is not the absence of challenge, but the presence of alignment. You have learned that your anxious mind was never your enemy, but a messenger pointing you back to truth. You have discovered that living authentically is both the cure for your restlessness and the source of your deepest joy. So, as you rest tonight, allow this truth to settle gently. You do not need to become someone else to be at peace. You only need to remember who you already are. The anxious struggle was a veil, and beneath it, your authentic self has been waiting all along. Calm, wise, compassionate, and free. When you wake tomorrow, the world will still be uncertain, as it always is, but you will rise with a different foundation, not one built on control or performance, but one rooted in authenticity. And from that root will grow the kind of peace that does not vanish with circumstance, because it is not borrowed from the outside, it is carried within you. This is the lamp of authenticity. May you carry it forward, shining gently, illuminating not only your path, but the paths of those who walk beside you.